Now the member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. Carton brasse porter le pays, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée de plus brillant exploit. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Let the doors be open, qu'on ouvre les portes. And we move into statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In honor of Earth Day, I attended an engaging installation of art by artisans in my riding. It challenged me to think of one word that would guide me to face the magnitude of the climate crisis. My word is tenacity. We all need to find the courage and determination to keep pushing forward, and I find that inspiration from our youth. Young people are growing up acutely aware of the immense challenge our planet faces, and that the lives of every living thing are at stake if we fail to act. We are all complicit in the continued ecocide as long as governments across the globe fail to step up and make the profound changes required to address the disaster that is already taking place. I know my colleagues in this House are working hard towards solutions. Every day, I am inspired by young Canadians from coast to coast to coast, and I join my voice to theirs to advocate for bolder and immediate actions to defend our present and protect our future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Tubik-Mactaquac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canada is blessed with an abundance of natural resources that should be responsibly and sustainably utilized. Now is the time to invest in strengthening our energy, resource, agricultural, technology, and manufacturing sectors, which will assist in returning Canada to prosperity and help lower the cost of living across the country.
Hear, hear.
We can also be a stable supplier of safe, clean, ethical, and reliable energy, food, and resources to countries that are desperately searching for safe alternatives at this time, displacing dictatorial and authoritarian suppliers with democratic ones. After all, energy security and food security is national security and international security. The world wants more Canadian goods, food, and energy. Canada wants more Canadian goods, food, and energy. What we lack is a government with a vision to get Canadian goods, food, and energy to market. On this side of the House, we are committed to advocating for increased Canadian self-reliance. Canada must take necessary actions now to bolster our energy, food, and resource development. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear, hear.
The honourable member for Bonavista, Burin, Trinity.
Mr. Speaker, April is Parkinson's Awareness Month. Here in Canada, more than 100,000 people live with this condition, and this number is on the rise globally, with Canada's experiencing among the highest prevalence rates. While most people living with this condition are older than 60, individuals 50 or younger can develop early onset Parkinson's. As well, it also takes some individuals many years to be diagnosed. Since there is no diagnostic test, and it can mimic other conditions. In Canada, more than 30 people are diagnosed with Parkinson's every day, and we expect to reach 50 new diagnoses per day within the decade. Parkinson's Canada is a fantastic advocate for all Canadians living with Parkinson's, and they also provide many useful resources to help improve the quality of life for those who live with this diagnosis. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to acknowledge Parkinson's Canada's amazing work this month and all year long, and every person in Canada who so bravely lives with this condition, and to let them know our government will continue to be partners with you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear.
L'honorable député de La Prairie.
The honourable member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, last Saturday in Saint-Constant, Francois Buttle had a commotion in his neighbourhood. He ran out into the street to see that a car had rolled over and caught fire. He quickly realised that the driver was still inside. Despite an initial blast that pushed the police away, Buttle went into the vehicle to untie the driver and pull him out. Whilst an officer held the door open for him, Mr. Speaker, in the heat of the moment, Francois Buttle did not hesitate for a second to help others. He probably saved a life at the risk of his own. He later declared that he was just a citizen doing his job. No, Francois, you were not just a citizen doing his job. I knew of you, amongst other things, your big heart, your constant smile, and your hard work. But this event allowed me to see that you also had in you the exceptional courage, the character that characterizes heroes, because that is what you are, Francois, a hero. The young driver's life was saved thanks to Francois Buttle and 2 courageous policemen. I would like to say to them, bravo and thank you. The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In this week of volunteerism, I wanted to highlight the extraordinary dedication of 3 volunteers in my riding of Hochelaga. Georgette Constantino celebrated her 95th birthday last week. She has been a volunteer for 40 years at the Saint-Jean-Baptiste de la Salle Church Bazaar. Thanks to her work, hundreds of households have found thousands of useful goods at low prices. Pierre Marcouillet has been involved with the Hochelaga Community Centre for over 50 years. For more than 10 years, he has organised a tax clinic for 1,000 to 1,500 tax declarations every year. Michel Vallée works every month in distributing food at the food bank, fetching donations and distributing them. Mr. Speaker, these are amazing examples, and amongst many others, who work selflessly to improve the quality of the lives and families in my riding. Thank you to them, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Mr. Speaker, this week is National Volunteer Week, a chance to thank and pay tribute to the countless volunteers who are truly the lifeblood of our communities. Volunteers like Colleen Johnson of Mitchell, who was recently named Citizen of the Year for her selfless work in support of others, including her efforts to support 3-year-old Claire and her family as Claire battles cancer. Volunteers like Ron Ellis of Drayton, who helped to establish the Drayton Festival Theatre in 1991 and has been a tireless volunteer ever since. Volunteers like Elizabeth Johnston and Amanda Broadhagen, who are leading the way as women leaders in agriculture. Volunteers like Gary West and Murray Schlotzauer of Perth East, who have been involved with so many agricultural organizations that it's impossible to list them all. Finally, Mr. Speaker, our rural communities owe a debt of gratitude to each and every volunteer firefighter and their families who are on call each and every day. To all who give of their time for others, I say thank you.
Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough North.
Mr. Speaker, April is Sikh Heritage Month, when we recognize the significant contributions of Canadians of Sikh faith to the growth and prosperity of Canada. My riding of Scarborough North is home to a thriving Sikh community and East Toronto's only Gurdwara, known as Gursikh Sabha Canada. In the depths of the COVID-19 pandemic, Gursikh Sabha Canada organized volunteers and resources to help support those in need. In addition to raising $75,000 for North York General Hospital to purchase much needed medical equipment, they spearheaded local initiatives, including vaccine clinics, food distribution, and a holiday toy drive. I would like to commend President Gobinder Randhawa and members of the congregation for their tireless work to make a positive difference in the lives of others. Le mois du patrimoine Sikh arrive à son...
This month is coming to an end, but let's continue to preserve the values of Sikhism, and which is quality, compassion, and service. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke North.
It's National Volunteer Week, and I celebrate the compassion, empathy, and generosity of volunteers in Etobicoke North. They are the lifeblood of our community. They give their time, energy, and experience to improve the lives of others. Through the pandemic, community leaders, families, and friends were there for one another, lifted each other up. Rexdale Community Health Centre volunteers gave 19,000 hours of service last year. Church volunteers delivered food supplies, provided support, and organized calls to combat loneliness. Volunteers with the International Muslims Organization delivered food and COVID aid. The Sikh Spiritual Center Toronto provided seva and packed meals, and BAPS 3 Swaminarayan Mandir provided food, pandemic support, and prayers. I thank all our tremendous volunteers for helping to change lives, better our community through service, and to help build a better future for everyone.
Bravo.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, as the grandson of a Holocaust survivor, I appreciate the opportunity to mark the 107th anniversary of the Armenian Genocide in the House of Commons. The Armenian Genocide was the first genocide of the 20th century, in which well over 1 million Armenian Christians and members of other communities in the Ottoman Empire were systematically and brutally killed. This genocide was barely recognized for decades, and it continues to be denied today, most notably by the Turkish state. Genocide denial matters. Denial of past genocide enables future criminals who hope their crimes will be ignored as well. When he was planning the Holocaust, Hitler said in 1939, "Who after all speaks today of the annihilation of the Armenians?" Those who deny historical genocides aren't just evading history. They are paving the way for current and future crimes. Crimes against the Armenian people continue today from those who deny the right of self-determination and the importance of resolving disputes peacefully. What happened to Armenians 107 years ago impacted the life of my grandmother, a German Jewish girl who hadn't been born yet. And the continuing denial of genocide affects the safety and security of all of us and of generations to come. So to honor the survivors and for our own safety's sake, we remember.
Bravo.
The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Mr. Speaker, Muslims in Canada and around the world are 5 days away from the culmination of the sacred month of Ramadan. From sunrise to sunset, Muslims across Canada have been fasting, praying, and practicing self-restraint. Mr. Speaker, like many of my colleagues, I have enjoyed breaking bread at sunset with my Muslim brothers and sisters across my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge and here in Ottawa. And for the first time in 2 years, last night, parliamentarians gathered with Ahmadiyya Muslims and friends to break fast on the Hill. This uplifting iftar dinner celebrated the values we all share while reiterating our commitment to rejecting Islamophobia and fighting discrimination in all its forms. Muslims call this service, their generosity and compassion is cherished by Vaughan residents. As Ramadan comes to an end, I'm looking forward to hosting my annual Eid dinner with Muslim leaders and community members from across the city of Vaughan this May 5th. Ramadan Mubarak to everyone celebrating. May this Ramadan and Eid festival be filled with many blessings and much joy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I also just want to remind folks to keep their volume down a little bit so that we can hear these great statements by members. The Honourable Member,
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, in May 2020, we were at the beginning of the pandemic and we became aware of the tsunami that was hitting us. We all collectively understood that many of our citizens' lives were in the hands of our health angels. It was at that moment that I, as an MP, wanted to support them and highlight the importance of their presence. I decided to join the Together We Stand, a Nous Vaincrons Ensemble movement that was born in New England. In order to show my support for frontline workers, I went to distribute to many of these workers who are ambulance attendants, orderlies, and nurses the flag on which is inscribed the Quebec version of the slogan, Nous Vaincrons Ensemble. Even today, 2 years later, I travel around my riding and I see that the flags are still standing proudly. Today, in the House of Commons, I would like to reiterate my support and tip my hat to all healthcare professionals for their efforts to win this battle. And I'm highlighting National Nursing Week from the 9th to the 15th of May with the hashtag Together We Stand and recognize the important role of nurses in our society. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Mr. Speaker, for over 100 years, the bells of St. Jean-Baptiste Church in Morinville, Alberta could be heard from miles around. The church was a place of worship, a place to mourn, and a place to celebrate for generations of Catholic, Indigenous, Métis, and Franco-Albertans. On June 30th of last year, in a disturbing act of hatred, this iconic structure was burned to the ground, and for the first time in over 100 years, the bells were silenced. Despite this devastating blow to our community, the parishioners of St. Jean-Baptiste have shown our country what the love of Jesus Christ really means, to love your enemies and to pray for those who persecute you. On May 14th, the church is hosting a fundraiser at the Morinville Community Cultural Center to rebuild our beloved St. Jean-Baptiste. Today in Canada's Parliament, I declare that we will not be defined by this act of hatred. The bells of Saint Jean Baptiste shall ring again.
L'honorable député de Mont-Royal.
The honourable member from Mont-Royal.
Speaker, Vladimir Kara-Murza has emerged as one of Russia's most respected democratic opposition leaders, a noted public intellectual and a voice of conscience. He is also a senior fellow with the Raoul Wallenberg Center for Human Rights in my riding, and is no stranger to many of us in this Canadian Parliament. He has testified before us and was instrumental in our unanimous adoption of Magnitsky legislation. Vladimir represents the very best of what Russians stand for and the country that Russia can aspire to be. Targeted for his principal leadership, Vladimir has survived 2 assassination attempts and nonetheless had the courage to return to Russia to oppose Putin's autocratic regime and his war of aggression and atrocities in Ukraine. For this, he has now been unjustly imprisoned and faces trumped-up criminal charges that can result in decades of imprisonment. Mr. Speaker, I know I speak for all members of this House when I express my condemnation of this injustice and call for Vladimir Kara-Murza's immediate release. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise today to recognize Early Childhood Educators Week and honor the thousands of ECEs from coast to coast. Every day, ECEs perform some of the most crucial work in our communities. We all know that the first few years of a child's development are the most important, and ECEs help to ensure that our little ones get the best possible start in life. But ECEs, 98% who are women, are not compensated fairly for their labor. In fact, a quarter of them work second jobs to supplement their low incomes. Years ago, I worked as an ECE. I loved the job, but the low pay and lack of benefits resulted in me leaving this noble profession. As $10 a day childcare is implemented across Canada, we must make raising ECE wages and providing them with good benefits, including pensions, a priority. This week, let's do more than just thank ECEs. Let's ensure they're paid fairly for the work that they do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Lac Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, on the 24th of April, we mark the 107th anniversary of the genocide of the Armenian people. Let us together honour the memory of the 1.5 million Armenians whose lives were cut short beginning in April 1915, as well as all those who suffered exile, famine and grief. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I wish to reiterate our solidarity with the Armenian people as the party that initiated the recognition of the genocide by the House of Commons. I would like to reiterate the friendship between the Quebec and Armenian nations. I would also like to take this opportunity to reflect on the seriousness of the actions taken. Mr. Speaker, genocides are still taking place in the world even as we speak. We do not have the right to trivialize them, especially we as parliamentarians do not have the right to be indifferent. Mr. Speaker, we are powerless in the face of the atrocities committed 107 years ago against the Armenians. Let us hope that the commemoration of this genocide will give us the courage to act today when we can.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Mr. Speaker, farmers have begun to plant their crops for the year in Western Canada once again. Western Canada was built on a hope and a prayer, and today it's no different with farming in Cypress Hills Grasslands. There's been below average moisture for multiple years, and I know farmers are already praying for timely rains once again this year. They also need the Prime Minister to quit punishing them with ridiculous policies based on false claims about their industry. First, there was the carbon tax, then the clean fuel standard and harsh emissions reductions for fertilizer production. Uncertainty and sky-high input costs come from an out-of-touch Prime Minister. Now he wants to go after wheat growers as a supposedly high-emitting sector. Terrible. Arable farmland sequesters over 9.5 megatons of CO2 every single year in Saskatchewan alone. Enough is enough. Producers across this great country just want to be left doing what they do best. Produce food for a hungry world while taking care of the land and the communities that we all love. Thanks to this Prime Minister and his continued attacks on the West, it's becoming impossible to do either one.
Here, here. Here.
The honourable member for Laval-Lazille. Mr. Speaker, I rise before you today to pay tribute to a dear friend and pillar of the Montreal community who recently passed away. Mr. François Lheureux was a highly respected lawyer and a well-known activist in our great nation of Quebec. François was a very caring husband to his loving wife, Marie Brouillet, and a devoted father to his sons, Philou and Marc, who were diagnosed with an autism spectrum disorder.
As his inspiration, my friend François served as a tireless advocate for a more inclusive society, believing passionately in the principle of neurodiversity. His dedication led him to the implementation of a wonderful autism organization in Montreal, the Giant Step School and Resource Center, where he served on the board of directors for over 20 years, much of that as vice president. His tireless efforts will benefit generations of autistic Canadians and their family. Je tiens à présenter.
I would like to extend my deepest condolences to his family. A great man has left us.
Goodbye. Rest in peace, François. May your memories be eternal. Thank you, Mr.
Oral questions? Question orale, the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Invoked the Emergency Measures Act on Canadians without justification, and now he's trying to hide it. His ministers admitted they won't be cooperating with the inquiry, and they'll be hiding behind cabinet confidence, of course. How many times have they used that one? We, SNC, Winnipeg Lab documents, the list goes on. Their dirty work is always too secret for anyone to watch. This inquiry will be nothing but an exercise in nasty liberal political spin and nothing about transparency or accountability. Isn't that the truth?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
When illegal blockades hurt workers and endangered public safety, police were clear that they needed tools not held by any federal, provincial, or territorial law. It was only after we got advice from law enforcement that we invoked the Emergencies Act. The Canadian Policing Association, Canadian and Ontario Associations of Chiefs of Police all agree this is how the legislation should be used for emergencies. We have now announced the independent inquiry to examine the circumstances that led to the declaration and the measures taken in response. And I know we all look forward to Justice Rouleau's excellent work.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Wedge, divide, and stigmatize. That's what this Prime Minister is about, and that's what this inquiry is going to be about. Another chance for him to call innocent people racist and misogynist and accuse them of all kinds of things that are factually not true. The purpose of this inquiry on the use of the Emergencies Act is for Canadians to see the reason why the government used it, not a chance for Liberals to insult and divide. Why is the Prime Minister so afraid to show Canadians what reasons he had or didn't have to use the Emergencies Act? What is he trying to hide?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, when our government invoked the Emergencies Act, we committed to Canadians that we would be upfront and transparent about it. We have kept that commitment, and the Commission, an independent public inquiry, is further evidence of that. As we've made clear, we will work directly with the Commission to ensure that they're able to complete their work, because Canadians demand answers, and that's exactly what we're delivering.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Well, in a shocking revelation yesterday, the Prime Minister admitted he didn't use a loophole to get away with his illegal holiday. He didn't give himself permission. We know from the Complaints Commissioner that there were some hurdles to the RCMP doing their work, but they were not insurmountable. Yesterday, the Prime Minister removed one of those hurdles. Conservatives have asked the RCMP to reopen their criminal investigation into his activities. My question for the Prime Minister is, will he cooperate with the RCMP? Will he meet with the RCMP?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
It's clear that the Conservative Party has run out of ideas and material when they choose to raise issues that were brought up by the Conservative leader 3 Conservative leaders ago. Mr. Speaker, I know they want to distract from their current leadership race, but there are real issues facing Canadians, from rising cost of living to Putin's illegal war in Ukraine. Those are the issues that I'm focused on. While they focused on me, we continue to remain focused on Canadians.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
There is no statute of limitations on fraud charges, I will inform the Prime Minister. This is very serious, Mr. Speaker. This is a big deal. The Prime Minister of Canada has potentially committed criminal offences. Right. We're talking about possible charges against the Prime Minister of this country. The Prime Minister has to know how serious this is. The Prime Minister has to know he is not above the law. So my question for the Prime Minister is, has he met with private criminal counsel regarding these potential charges?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Conservative politicians want to continue manufacturing distractions on matters that were dealt with years ago, instead of talking about the economy, talking about the environment, talking about things that Canadians care about. What's clear is they don't want to talk about making sure our economic recovery leaves no one behind. They don't want to talk about or even acknowledge the climate crisis. They definitely don't want to talk about making our communities safer by banning assault weapons. They want to talk about me. So while they stay focused on me, I'll stay focused on Canadians.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
In 2016, the Prime Minister of Canada broke 4 separate sections of the Ethics Act. In doing so, we found out just in the last week he may have broken criminal law. This Prime Minister likes to break the rules. We know that. It all started with that illegal holiday, but it's continued with his illegal activity and interference with the SNC-Lavalin trial, his illegal benefits from the WE Foundation, just to mention a few. This is a Prime Minister who is always pushing the boundaries of ethical conduct and coming as close as he can to breaking the law. And he seems to get away with it. But maybe, Mr. Speaker, maybe not this time. Is the Prime Minister above the law?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
What the Conservative Party is making very clear is that they don't want to talk about investments in childcare. They don't want to talk about how to close the infrastructure gap between Indigenous and non-Indigenous communities. They don't want to talk about investments in green infrastructure. They don't want to talk about making sure that the wealthiest pay their fair share. And they definitely don't want to talk about protecting a woman's right to choose. Mr. Speaker, while they focus on personal attacks on me, we'll stay focused on the things that matter to Canadians.
Order. My Lord. My Lord. L'honorable député de Belleuil-Chambly.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister said he was shocked and indignant. And that's great to hear. CN and Air Canada are headquartered in Montreal, and people are shocked that no one there speaks French. Well, we should be shocked that each and every member doesn't speak French, because this is in Quebec. Here in this House, 221 elected officials voted to state that French is the language of the Quebec nation. That was voted on here recently. Will this Prime Minister impose basic knowledge of French on people and organizations which are headquartered in Quebec? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, our 2 official languages are at the heart of our identity. All Canadians deserve to be served in the official language of their choice by federally regulated businesses, including CN. The lack of French leaders within CN is unacceptable. And we expect the leadership there to set an example. Under our modernization of the Official Languages Act, we are giving the Official Languages Commissioner the tools he needs to ensure that CN respects its official languages obligations. The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Well, I think this Prime Minister's indignation is a bit selective. The CEO of Air Canada makes fun of French. A VP of CN spoke only English at the Official Languages Committee, even though both of them are of Francophone extraction originally. This is all very concerning. So how is this Prime Minister so shocked at a time when the Governor General and the Lieutenant General don't speak French? How can he tell everyone? Essentially, he's saying that for his government, French is nothing more than a frivolity. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Governor General is the first Indigenous person in this role. She was born in northern Quebec in the 50s. At that time, French was not taught in that region. Leaders need to set an example, and the Governor General has been taking intensive French courses ever since her appointment. Ms. Simon is determined to learn French and recognizes that it is fundamentally important to know our two official languages in order to be able to represent all Canadians. By making learning French a priority, she is demonstrating the importance of protecting French throughout the country.
Burnaby South.
Yesterday, the Environmental Commissioner made it very clear that the government's plan to pricing pollution lets the biggest polluters off the hook while hurting Indigenous communities and small businesses. They also have no plan for workers impacted by the climate crisis, which should come as no surprise when you've got a plan where you take advice from big oil and gas instead of the climate scientists. So when will this Prime Minister understand that delay on climate action has the same outcomes of denial of the climate crisis?
Here. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
The Commissioner's report recognizes that putting a price on carbon pollution is critical to reducing Canada's emissions. The reports acknowledge that our price on pollution cuts emissions and fights climate change. We have strengthened our benchmark and standards, addressing many of the issues the Commissioner identified, and we will continue to hold provinces and territories' feet to the fire to meet these new targets. We will use these reports to keep delivering what Canadians expect: a healthy environment and a healthy economy.
The Deputy to Burnaby Sud.
The honourable member for Burnaby South. Not only does this government have the worst climate record in the G7, but according to the Environment Commissioner, the emissions reductions plan is just a fantasy. It's based on overly optimistic projections and non-existent policy. When will this government stop pretending that it's doing something about the climate crisis? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I'd like to thank the Commissioner for his hard work and the latest report. The report shows how far we've come and how much is still left to do. After a decade of inaction under the former Conservative government, we have made remarkable progress, whether by building the future green economy, by ensuring that polluting will no longer be free throughout Canada, or by protecting unprecedented amount of our lands and waterways. We will do more to keep our air clean, create middle-class jobs, and in order to grow a solid economy.
Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister admitted he never gave himself permission to accept an extravagant vacation gift from a lobbyist valued at $215,000. What was unknown to the RCMP during the original investigation is now known. This morning I wrote to the RCMP Commissioner asking them to reopen their investigation into the Prime Minister committing fraud on the government. Will the Prime Minister cooperate in this RCMP investigation?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Canadians are watching the Conservative Party of Canada engage in an act of political theatre on a matter that was dealt with years ago. They will stop at nothing to distract from their support of the illegal blockades, and that cost our economy, that put people out of work, and that made people feel unsafe in their own communities. Let's talk about the real things that matter to Canadians, from the cost of living to Putin's illegal war in Ukraine. While they continue to focus on me, we will stay focused on the things that matter to Canadians.
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I know the Prime Minister thinks that he's off the hook, but there's no statute of limitations here in Canada. He shockingly revealed yesterday that he did not give himself the authorization to accept the extravagant gift. There's now a cloud of suspicion hanging over the Prime Minister, and he's under a shadow of doubt when it comes to his own integrity and honesty. So when will the Prime Minister begin speaking to the RCMP about violating the Criminal Code, Section 121, 1C?
Yes. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, Conservative politicians want to continue to keep manufacturing distractions on matters that were dealt with years ago, instead of talking about the economy, the environment, or issues that Canadians care about. What's clear is they don't want to talk about making sure our economy leaves no one behind. They don't want to talk about or even acknowledge the climate crisis. They definitely don't want to talk about making our communities safer with a ban on assault weapons. They want to talk about me. So while they stay focused on me, I'll stay focused on delivering for Canadians.
The honourable member for Brantford Brant.
Mr. Speaker, Section 19 of the Criminal Code says that ignorance of the law by a person who commits an offence, which includes our Prime Minister, is not an excuse for committing an offence. Section 121 of the Code indicates that everyone is guilty of fraud in the government if they, being the officer, accept from anyone who has dealings with the government a reward, such as a luxury illegal vacation, unless they have consent in writing from the head of the department. If the Prime Minister did not give himself consent, will he admit that he's guilty of fraud?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, as I said, we're seeing the Conservatives don't want to focus on the things that matter to Canadians. They don't want to talk about workers. They don't want to talk about supporting seniors. They don't want to talk about supporting students. They don't want to talk about supporting veterans. They don't want to talk about the opioid crisis. They don't want to talk about reconciliation. They don't want to talk about investments in clean and renewable energy. They just continue to want to try and make personal attacks and focus on me, while we as a government continue to remain resolutely focused on serving Canadians and delivering for them.
The honourable member for Brantford Brant.
Mr. Speaker, we want to focus on his illegal, unethical acts. Our Prime Minister is the first and only Prime Minister found guilty by the Ethics Commissioner. The lavish, luxurious, illegal trip to the Bahamas was strike number one. Strike number two, our Prime Minister was again found guilty of ethical violations for his political interference in the SNC-Lavalin prosecution. This was followed by the WE scandal, Winnipeg Lab scandal, and now the Emergencies Act invocation. Yesterday, his admission that he did not give himself consent to accept the trip was strike number three. Out at bat, game over. Why does the PM continue to conduct himself?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Ago, in this House, we presented a budget that moved forward on supporting Canadians, whether it by historic investments in housing, there to invest in green growth and good jobs, there to move forward on reconciliation. And one would think that the House of Commons would talk about these things that matter to Canadians, or challenge the government on the things that we did in this budget. We all know the Conservatives look forward to challenging and disagreeing with this government on a range of things. Any questions about the budget? No. Any questions on about housing? No. The Conservatives just want to fling mud, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
I know the Prime Minister is very uncomfortable with this line of questioning, Mr. Speaker, and he's going to try to spin. But Canadians deserve to know that the Prime Minister is not above the law and, in fact, should be held to a higher standard. Yesterday, he admitted that he did not have consent to accept the vacation and took it anyway. The unknown is now known. So will the Prime Minister come clean, remove the cloud of suspicion, and proactively speak to the RCMP about his unethical and criminal behavior?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
As I pointed out, Mr. Speaker, these are issues that were brought up by the Conservative leader 3 Conservative leaders ago. The issue was aired, the issue was dealt with. What we see today is a Conservative Party desperate to distract Canadians from their farcical leadership race, distract Canadians from the important work we're doing on the budget, distract Canadians from the fact that they were busy supporting a convoy that shut down jobs and hurt Canadians across the country. These are things they don't want to talk about. What they want to do is focus on me with personal attacks. Mr. Speaker, we'll stay focused on Canadians.
Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'll tell the Prime Minister the one thing Canadians are sick and tired of is a Prime Minister who acts with impunity and thinks he's above the law. In the House yesterday, the Prime Minister gave the RCMP the missing clue they need to begin a formal investigation into defrauding the government of over $200,000. He did not grant himself the permission to take this trip. So will the Prime Minister face the consequences and make him and his staff available to be interviewed by the RCMP, or is he just going to refuse to face the music?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, again, we see Conservatives trying to drum up acts of political theatre on a matter that was dealt with years ago, because all they have in their toolbox is personal attacks and flinging mud. You would think, Mr. Speaker, that a Conservative Party, a loyal opposition to Her Majesty, would be bringing up issues that matter to Canadians, whether it's growing the economy, whether it's issues that are around the cost of living, whether it's the housing crisis faced by so many Canadians. But, Mr. Speaker, we have answers to all those things in our budget, and we will continue working on that. That's why they fling mud.
The deputy de Belleuil-Chambly.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Well, Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister thinks that it's not a matter of speaking French, it's a matter of perhaps learning to speak French at some point in the future. At some point. Well, in that case, perhaps this Prime Minister could just let Quebec apply the French language charter to federally regulated businesses. End of the story. It's that simple. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the leader of the Bloc Québécois is concerned about Quebec and protecting official languages and French in Quebec, and that's just as it should be. That's his responsibility. But as a Prime Minister, as a Canadian government, our responsibility is to ensure that our official languages are protected throughout the country, not just in Quebec. Only a federal government can do that. And that is exactly what we are doing throughout the country. The honourable member. Well, that's all very well, but he's not doing that. That's the problem. I'm not trying to criticize Ms. Simon or Ms. Murphy. I am actually criticizing the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker. He's the one who appointed them. Whereas these two ladies, as respectable as they may be, do not speak French. How can he be so shocked that people don't speak French when he's the one appointing people who aren't even close to speaking French? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as my colleague knows very well, Madame Simon grew up in northern Quebec at a time when Indigenous people were not taught French. That is a shameful part of our history. And we are working very hard everywhere in the country to change that reality in the present and future. We are at a point in our path as a country where everyone, I believe, agrees that it was very important to have a Governor General who can speak very deeply about reconciliation, and that is what she's doing while learning French.
And Middlesex.
Mr. Speaker, I know the Prime Minister may not have the answer to this question right now, and it may take him a few minutes to find out the answer. So I'm going to ask the question now, and then we're going to ask it again later, giving him time to consult with his staff to find out. So, Mr. Speaker, my question is this. Did the Prime Minister claim the $215,000 illegal vacation as a taxable benefit on his income tax return?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
see is conservative politicians who want to keep manufacturing distractions on matters that were dealt with years ago, instead of talking about the economy, the environment, or things that Canadians care about. They don't want to talk about our plan to support young families buy into the housing market. They don't want to talk about our plan to create more jobs and grow a green economy. They don't want to talk about more gun control. They don't want to talk about standing up for women's rights. They want to fling mud and distract from their own failings, whether it's their leadership, whether it's their convoy, or whether it's any other issue that they're avoiding.
The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, this is not a distraction. This is a matter of facts. RCMP documents show that the Prime Minister committed a fraud offence. He received a $215,000 gift from someone who lobbies the Canadian government. Yesterday, he admitted that he never gave himself permission to receive that gift. But the Prime Minister was not questioned by the RCMP on this. So I have a simple question for the Prime Minister, who unfortunately has had the same attitude for 6 years. Why does he believe that he is above the law? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are watching the Conservatives engage in political theatre on a matter that was dealt with years ago. They won't stop at anything to draw attention away from their support to the illegal blockades that cost our economy, that forced people into unemployment, and that meant that many people didn't feel safe in their own neighborhoods. Now let's talk about what really matters for Canadians. The cost of living, Putin's illegal war in Ukraine, and so on. These are the real issues that this government will concentrate on, at a time when, unfortunately, the Conservatives are concentrating on attacking me. The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, I have a reminder for the Prime Minister. Does he remember the name of Jody Wilson-Raybould? I'd like to remind him about this person, this woman who respected the law, unlike the Prime Minister, someone who was shown the door by the Prime Minister. Why? Because she cared about supporting the law and because she refused to engage in political partisanship with legal proceedings. And the way the Prime Minister acted with her is the same way that he acted with the $215,000 gift. Why does this Prime Minister once again think that he is above the law? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker. Once again, we see that the Conservatives are desperate to talk about anything except what really matters. What really matters in Canadians' daily lives. Investing in childcare. Reducing the gap between Indigenous and non-Indigenous communities. Investing in green infrastructure. Ensuring that the wealthy pay their fair share. No, the Conservatives just want to hurl political attacks, personal attacks at me instead of actually concentrating on issues that matter to Canadians.
Eastman. Well, I know, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister can't keep his litany of scandals straight and that he's always confused between all his multiple charges underneath the Conflict of Interest Act. What we're talking about here is the criminal code and a Prime Minister who thinks he's above the law. The RCMP need to reopen the investigation into the Prime Minister accepting a gift from a lobbyist worth over $215,000. The Prime Minister cannot act with impunity. He should be held to a higher standard. So will the Prime Minister commit today to cooperating with the RCMP on his fraud against the government?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, again, these issues were dealt with years ago. The Conservative Party is desperate to try and find personal attacks to go on to muddy the waters so that people don't actually talk about the real issues facing Canadians, whether it's the housing crisis, whether it's the opioid epidemic, whether it's erosion of individuals' rights, whether it's support for the green transition. These are things that matter deeply to Canadians that unfortunately Conservatives, well, they'd rather focus on me than focusing on what deeply matters to Canadians in their daily lives.
I think if people want to ask questions, they can get on the list to ask questions. We're more than happy so that we can all speak in the House of Commons. We're all ready for the next question? Awesome. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Mr. Speaker, due to the slow rollout of sanctions against Russian oligarchs closely affiliated with Putin, Yesterday, we learned that Igor Marakov, one of those oligarchs, was able to move $120 million of assets out of Canada, again, due to the slow rollout of those sanctions. New Democrats have long been calling for an expansion of sanctions to apply them directly to oligarchs closely affiliated with Putin who are fueling the war in Ukraine. Why is this government dragging its feet?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Since even before the beginning of this illegal war in Ukraine, Canada has been leading the charge in support for Ukraine and indeed pushing back against Russia. But it was also extremely important that we work in a coordinated fashion with our allies and partners across NATO and around the world, and that's exactly what we did with the strongest package of sanctions ever applied against a modern major economy. We have continued to do that, including with 203 new sanctions brought in today. That brings the total over 1,000 people supporting Putin sanctioned since just February. We will continue to do every bit more we need to.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Evening is Yom HaShoah, a time to remember the Holocaust. It's when it commences. This weekend at the War Memorial, a memorial that's committed to remembering Canadian soldiers who gave their life to fight the Holocaust, there's going to be a protest where the chief guest speaker is a notorious anti-Semite, a Holocaust denier, and someone who's promoting the horrific war in Ukraine that Putin is engaged in. Canadians deserve to be protected from hate groups. So what is the government going to do to prevent this obscenity from happening?
Hear, hear. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, tonight is indeed the beginning of Yom HaShoah. Anti-Semitism and hatred in any form have no place in Canada. We've held a national summit on anti-Semitism to hear directly from community leaders on their concerns, and Budget 2022 provides funding to support the Special Envoy, the construction of a new Holocaust Museum, and the Sarah and Chaim Neuberger Holocaust Education Center, and proposes to prohibit the promotion of anti-Semitism through the denial and downplaying of the Holocaust. We will always be steadfast in our support for Canada's Jewish community, and I look forward to seeing many parliamentarians tomorrow at the Memorial for the Holocaust.
The Honourable Member for Northwest Territories.
Mr. Speaker, Inuit communities in the Inuvialuit settlement region and across the north all agree that self-determination is an essential step towards reconciliation. This is the best way to promote prosperity and support community and individual well-being throughout Inuit Nunangat, with the goal of socio-economic and cultural equity between Inuit and other Canadians. Mr. Speaker, can the Prime Minister inform the House about the latest developments in ensuring that government properly support Inuit self-determination? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to begin by thanking the member for the Northwest Territories for his question and his outstanding work. Along with our Inuit partners, it is in what is the culmination of years of collaboration, we've recently announced the endorsement of the Inuit Nunangat policy. This will help ensure that Inuit priorities and self-determination are part of the government's programs, policies, and initiatives going forward across the breadth of everything a government does. We will continue to work with Inuit leadership through the Inuit Crown Partnership Committee to build a renewed Inuit Crown relationship and advance reconciliation based on affirmation of rights, respect, and partnership.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, in the ongoing saga of the Prime Minister's illegal vacation on a trip that pretty much any Canadian wouldn't be able to afford, there are dark grey areas concerning the Prime Minister's discretionary power to circumvent the law. Mr. Speaker, did the Prime Minister handcuff the RCMP to protect himself from the facts and from a new scandal? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, it's clear that the party across the way is running out of material because they're raising the same questions that were raised by the Conservative leader 3 Conservative leaders ago. The Conservatives want to continue to create distractions instead of talking about the things that are important to Canadians, like the economy and the environment. This is what's clear. They don't want to talk about the need to ensure that our economic recovery doesn't leave anyone behind. They don't want to talk about the climate crisis They don't even want to recognize that it exists, and they don't want to talk about how we've made our communities safer by banning assault weapons. Mr. Speaker, we're going to continue to work for Canadians.
Honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, page 56 of the RCMP's criminal brief into the Prime Minister said that the Prime Minister's actions were, quote, more damaging to the Government of Canada's appearance of integrity than would similar actions carried out by a lower-ranking government official, closed quote. Canadians expect the highest standard of integrity from the Prime Minister. Yeah. Why does this Prime Minister believe that he is above that standard?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, we see how short of ideas or relevance the Conservative Party of Canada is right now when they don't have anything to say about the housing crisis that we just put forward strong measures to address in our budget of 2 weeks ago. We move forward on initiatives to invest in the green transition, in the green economy, in ways that are going to make a huge difference in the lives of Canadians from coast to coast to coast, and Conservatives have nothing to say about that. They have nothing to say on the issues facing Canadians. Instead, they just want to fling mud. They just want to make personal attacks on me. I'm going to stay focused on Canadians.
The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister incriminated himself by admitting to the only element that the RCMP could not establish to charge the Prime Minister with fraud. So, will this Prime Minister share that information with the RCMP? And if not, is it because he's afraid he'll be charged?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, Canadians of all backgrounds and walks of life are watching Question Period, and what they see right now is a Conservative Party desperate to distract.
Order. Order. Please, let's just respect the process here to ask a question and answer, and we'll try our best to do that. The Honourable Prime Minister. Right Honourable.
Speaker, what Canadians watching Question Period see today is a Conservative Party flailing about, desperate to bring up issues that were dealt with years ago, desperate to try and distract from the fact that they have nothing to offer Canadians. No solutions on the housing crisis that Canadians are faced, and they can't even criticize us for the solutions we put forward 2 weeks ago in the budget. We continue to stay focused on Canadians while they stay focused on me.
I'm just going to wait a second. I'm hearing a lot back there. If the member wants to be on the list for asking questions, I'm sure he can talk to his folks and get on the list.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, let's be clear. The Prime Minister is answering these questions by saying they're personal attacks, but no. They are questions about somebody who is supposed to represent the highest moral code as Prime Minister, and yet he's not. The Prime Minister admitted before this House the only element that the RCMP wasn't able to establish to accuse him of fraud. Will the Prime Minister share this information in a proactive way with the RCMP, and if not, is it because he's afraid of being charged of fraud? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, 2 weeks ago, we tabled a historic budget which is going to help Canadians buy a new house. It's going to help fight climate change by creating a greener economy that will invest in Indigenous communities and will help make them more autonomous. And the Conservative Party has nothing to say about it. No questions, no criticisms, no counter-proposals. Instead, they are going into the weeds on an issue that was looked at years ago. We are going to continue to focus on delivering for Canadians. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, the federal government is not ready for the green transition. That's what the Environment Commissioner said in the report yesterday. The report says that there's no federal implementation plan, no official governance structure, and no follow-up system to support a fair transition. And the report also says that the government is not ready to offer sufficient help to over 50 communities and 170,000 workers in the fossil fuel sector. Mr. Speaker, that's absolutely indispensable if we want to transition away from fossil fuel. Why has the Prime Minister done nothing for workers? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Let's be clear, Mr. Speaker. Our government's plan for a fair transition is very clear. We have a full action plan which includes legislative measures. We are working with workers, unions, Indigenous groups, stakeholders, and the provinces and territories to find the best way forward. We are making strategic investments in training and skills, in regional strategies and projects across Canada, which will allow us to create sustainable jobs. It takes concerted planning for Canadians to have sustainable jobs which will help them in the future, and that's what we are delivering. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Well, the Environment Commissioner has found something completely different, Mr. Speaker. He's seen that the Prime Minister has done nothing to help the workers in the oil and gas sector in the green transition. But that doesn't mean that the Prime Minister hasn't done anything. No, he's done a lot of things to help the oil and gas sector. Among other things, he bought Trans Mountain. He also just approved the Baie du Nord project, which will create an additional billion barrels of oil. So the question is, if the Commissioner has indeed shown that the federal government isn't ready for the green transition, is that just because the Prime Minister has never had the intention of starting a green transition? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we thank the Commissioner for the report. His work shows all the work that's been done and the work that is left to do. After a decade of inaction under the previous Conservative government, we've made enormous progress, whether that be in building the green economy of the future, by making sure that it's no longer possible to pollute for free across Canada, or by protecting new waterways and lands. We are ready to do more to keep our lands safe, to grow jobs, and to build a stronger economy.
Bill Donan, St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, it's important to remember that the Ambassador Bridge and Coutts Alberta crossings were cleared before the Emergency Act was invoked.
Right.
The Act was not needed to clear the border blockades. Police were well equipped to take care of this with all of their existing laws and powers. So what then was the national security threat that met the extraordinarily high threshold needed to invoke this Act? Is there something they're not telling us, or was the Prime Minister trying to cover up for his incompetent management of the protest, Mr. Speaker?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
When illegal blockades hurt workers and endangered public safety, police were clear that they needed tools not held by any federal, provincial, or territorial law. It was only after we got advice from law enforcement that we invoked the Emergencies Act. The Canadian Policing Association, Canadian and Ontario Associations of Chiefs of Police all agreed this is how the legislation should be used for emergencies. We've now announced the independent inquiry to examine the circumstances that led to the declaration and the measures taken in response. I know we all look forward to Justice Rouleau's work.
Honourable Member for Kildonan, St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, the protest organizers are being held accountable in courts as we speak, but this inquiry is to ensure the government is being held accountable.
That's right.
Invoking an act with the power to override charter rights is dangerous, so the purpose of the inquiry is to tell the public whether the threshold needed to invoke the act was in fact met. But the Liberal government has not made a convincing argument, meaning the threshold remains in serious doubt. So either they're hiding something or they're covering up for incompetence. Will the Prime Minister waive cabinet confidence and let Canadians know the true story?
Yeah,
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
When we invoke the Emergencies Act in a restrained and limited way, we also committed to the full transparency that goes with the invocation of these hours, whether it's a parliamentary committee that has been examining the issue or whether it is a full public inquiry that will be transparent and have the power to understand the circumstances and the use of the Emergencies Act. That is the kind of thing that everyone should look forward to. Unfortunately, Conservatives are made uneasy by the fact that they were standing against hardworking Canadians by standing with people who are illegally blockading our economy.
The Honourable Member for Medicine Hat Carson Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, I think the Prime Minister's definition of transparency is different than Canadians. The Emergency Act stipulates that the Special Joint Committee and the inquiry are responsible to hold the actions of the government to account, not that of Canadian citizens.
Yes.
At last night's committee meeting, the Ministers of Public Safety and Justice continue to hide behind cabinet confidences and lawyer-client privilege. Will the Prime Minister be transparent and accountable to Canadians and release the documents that the government relied upon to justify the invocation of the Emergencies Act?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
An integral part of invoking unutilized to this point acts like the Emergencies Act is a level of transparency and accountability that comes through a parliamentary committee created to look into exactly that, and a transparent public inquiry headed up by Justice Rouleau, who will be able to examine all these questions around the circumstances that led up to the invocation of that and the use of the Act in itself. That is what Canadians expect, but that's exactly what makes Conservatives uncomfortable because of their support of those convoys.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we continue to be shocked by the images coming out of Bucha, Mariupol, and other cities and villages across Ukraine where terrible crimes have been committed by Putin's forces. While Canada has supported Ukraine at every step before and since the illegal invasion by Russia, Ukrainians continue to need our support. Can the Prime Minister please share with this House and with Canadians the most recent measures that our government has taken to hold President Putin and his collaborators accountable for their actions? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, first I would like to thank my colleague from Etobicoke Centre for his solidarity with the Ukrainian people and for his personal leadership. This morning we announced new sanctions on 11 senior officials and 192 other members of the People's Councils of the so-called Luhansk and Donetsk People's Republics. These measures that we've taken today will apply further pressure on President Putin and those who are complicit in the horrific events, the horrific crimes taking place in Ukraine. We will continue to stand with Ukraine and its people.
The Honourable Member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Mr. Speaker, the Emergencies Act is crystal clear. The independent public inquiry must look into the circumstances leading up to and the measures used by the government under the Emergencies Act. It is completely inappropriate for the Prime Minister to try and direct the scope of this inquiry by predetermining what the Commissioner must investigate. This is political interference. It is up to the Commissioner, based upon the Emergencies Act, to determine what is relevant, not the Prime Minister. Will the Prime Minister immediately amend the Order in Council to remove any political interference from this inquiry, yes or no?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
When this government invoked the Emergencies Act, we committed to Canadians that we would be upfront and transparent about it. And we've kept that commitment. And the Commission and independent public inquiry is further evidence of that as they look into the circumstances that led up to the invocation of the Emergencies Act and the use by the government of that Emergencies Act. As we've made clear, we will work directly with the Commission to make sure that they are able to fully complete that work.
The Honourable Member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve to know the full truth and nothing but the truth on how the Liberal government came to their decision that the threshold had been met to invoke the Emergencies Act. Key evidence considered by Cabinet would include a complete legal and constitutional analysis on the legality of this decision. Without this information, this inquiry will not be able to perform its legislated mandate to determine if this government acted appropriately. Will the Prime Minister commit today to being open by default and make this internal analysis available to the Commissioner immediately? Yes or no?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
see that in the member's second question, he confirmed that the mandate of the Commission is to look into the circumstances that led to the invocation of the Act and the use of that Act as responsible. That is exactly what is the issue. Unfortunately, Conservative politicians seem a little bit uncomfortable that the inquiry might find that they're supporting blockaders and folks who tried to shut down the Canadian economy and overthrow the government were maybe on the wrong side of the issue. That's what Conservative politicians seem to be so worried about, Mr. Speaker.
Order. Order. We're almost done.
The honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Well, we're not done yet, Mr. Speaker. It's stronger than him. The Prime Minister has to be the centre of attention. He was investigated by the RCMP. We know that he did not give himself the right to receive a gift, but that he received it anyway. He was, therefore, the Prime Minister in office who was guilty of ethical lapses on several occasions. And let's see if he also gave himself the right to break another law. His staff have had time to check. Did he declare, yes or no, his free trip to a private island as a taxable benefit on his tax report? It's an easy question, Mr. Speaker. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Once again, Mr. Speaker, we see that the Conservatives are flailing about because they don't want to talk about the issues that Canadians are concerned about in their day-to-day lives, whether that be the housing crisis, where we've proposed a very strong plan in the most recent budget to help Canadians, or whether that be when it comes to the green transition, in which we've invested billions of dollars to make sure that we have jobs for the generations to come that fight climate change. These are issues that the Conservatives don't want to talk about. They want to focus on me. We are going to continue to focus on Canadians.
The honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Speaker, many Indigenous, rural and remote communities are still heavily dependent upon diesel and other fossil fuels for heat and for power. Would the Prime Minister please be able to tell this House what the government is doing to ensure that these communities and communities in rural and remote Canada are able to transition towards net zero?
Great question. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country for his important question and his hard work on protecting the environment. Advancing the transition to Indigenous climate leadership is central to addressing climate change. It includes continuing to support Indigenous, rural, and remote communities by investing in Indigenous-led and delivered solutions to climate change and the transition to clean energy. It's why our strengthened climate plan invests $300 million to advance our commitment to ensure communities relying on diesel have access to clean, renewable, and reliable energy by 2030.
Honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit people are not safe as a result of successive Liberal and Conservative governments putting the privileges of big oil corporations over our safety and human rights. We saw this in the budget, which gives $2.6 billion to big oil, but zero new funding to implement all the calls for justice from the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls. This is disgraceful. Will the government commit to increased investment to end this crisis of violence?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our hearts are with survivors and families of missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, Two-Spirit, and 2S LGBTQIA+ people. Addressing this ongoing violence requires living up to the goals of our country and all the calls for justice. In June 2021, partners from across the country came together and released the National Action Plan, including the federal pathway to finally end this ongoing tragedy. It will be supported by Budget 2021's $2.2 billion investment in concrete measures that will keep people safe.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
On April 4th, the IPCC issued its latest and most stern climate warning. Globally, within 3 years, emissions must peak and drop dramatically in half by 2030. The only hope of holding to less than 2 degrees Celsius is by 2025, global emissions peak and then drop in half by 2030. 2 days later, this government approved Bay du Nord. 3 days later, the budget said we're going to complete the Trans Mountain Pipeline. In the face of this, my question is why? With a choice of now or never, why has Canada chosen never?
To the Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians know what's at stake in the fight against climate change. It's why we are stepping up our climate ambition by committing more than $100 billion to climate action, ensuring we reduce methane emissions by 75% by 2030, and transitioning to a net zero emitting electricity grid by 2035. We're also doubling our commitment to $5.3 billion to help developing countries fight climate change and protect biodiversity. We will continue delivering ambitious and achievable climate action that protects our communities and builds a healthy future for everyone.
And that's all the time we have for question period today. I think we have a number of appel au règlement, some points of order. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent for the following motion. That, given that there is clear and ample evidence of systematic and massive war crimes and crimes against humanity being committed against the people of Ukraine by the armed forces of the Russian Federation, directed by President Vladimir Putin and others within the Russian parliament, and B, the crimes committed by the armed forces of the Russian Federation include mass atrocities in the invaded and occupied Ukrainian territories, systematic instances of willful killing of Ukrainian civilians and the desecration of corpses, forcible transfer of Ukrainian children to the Russian territory, torture and the imposition of life conditions causing grave suffering, widespread instances of physical harm, mental harm, and rape. The House recognized that the Russian Federation is committing acts of genocide against the Ukrainian people.
All those opposed to the Honourable Member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Motion is carried. Deuxième appel au règlement.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Mr. Speaker, there was consultation between parties, and I think you'll find that there is unanimous consent with regard to the following motion: that this House call upon the government to develop a due diligence policy on corporate responsibility with respect to human rights and the environment that require companies to prevent adverse human rights impacts and environmental damage throughout their global operations and supply chains. Require companies to do their due diligence, including by carefully assessing how they may be contributing to human rights abuse or environmental damage abroad, and by providing access to remedy when harms occur. Result in meaningful consequences for companies that fail to carry out and report on adequate due diligence. Establish a legal right for people who have been harmed to seek justice in Canadian courts, and strengthen the Office of the Canadian Ombudsman for Responsible Enterprises, including giving them the power to compel witnesses and testimonies.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à ce que l'honorable député propose la motion
will please say nay. There is no unanimous consent.
And then finally, the Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman with a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, today during question period, the Prime Minister danced around answering any questions about criminal charges that he could be being investigated on. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe it's only fair that I share with all members of this House the criminal briefing documents from the RCMP on the Prime Minister's fraud against the government.
All those opposed to the Honourable Member moving the motion will please say nay. And we don't have leave to do it. Okay. Any other points of order today? Oh, The honorable member for Mission Mascot, Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, I saw the member from Sydney actually wearing this wonderful tie with his name on it, a picture of his riding in the colors of the Liberal Party. Just to confirm, is it okay for me, Mr. Speaker, to wear a blue and white tie with my name on it and of my riding as well? Can you please clarify that for the House, Mr. Speaker?
That one there, we'll come back to the member later on to check to see what the ruling is on that one. So thank you for that. All right. Daily routine of business. So we're going to go to tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to one petition. This return will be tabled in an electronic format. And while I'm on my feet, Mr. Speaker, I would move, seconded by the member from Brampton North, that the House do now proceed to orders of the day.
Yeah.
Mr. Lamoureux, seconded by Ms. Sahota, moves that the House do now proceed to orders of the day. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or the motion be adopted on division, I will invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member for, and I always should remember what that is, the Deputy House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, and I request that it be carried on division.
Call in the members. No? Oh, we're on division. Sorry, I should be listening. On division? There you go. The Honourable Whip for the official opposition.
We respectfully request a recorded division.
Okay, well, that's kind of what I thought was going to go on. Call in the members. The question is the following one. Mr. Lemerer, seconded by Ms. Sahota, moves that the House do now proceed to orders of the day. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Jasek.
Ms. Jasek.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Monsieur Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Kuzmerchek.
Mr. Kuzmarek.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Lamour.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Back to Mr. Essasi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mrs. Atwin.
Ms. Atwin.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Chapelle.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Ms. Effner.
Ms. Hefner.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. Leroy.
Mr. Leroy.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Kwon.
Ms. Kwon.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Mr. Cannings.
Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. Zerillo.
Ms. Zerillo.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Jajale.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Nater.
Mr. Nater.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Abulteif.
Mr. Abuteyev.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Kurek.
Mr. Kurek.
Mr. Mazier.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Morans.
Mr. Morans.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Petzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Barsalou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. I wish to inform the House that the electronic period has ended. Si des députés n'ont pas pu voter.
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them.
Mr. Fergus.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to vote for the motion.
For.
Quelqu'un d'autre? Personne. Voilà.
No one else. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 180, 180. Nays contre 148, 148.
I declare the motion adopted.
Orders of the day.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement, voies et moyens, reprise des débats sur la motion numéro 3 concernant la politique budgétaire.
Just remind folks to take their conversations outside so we can get going. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's my honor to share some words on this budget. In the bit of a context of what Canadians are going through, it's been a tough time. These past couple of years, Canadians have had to deal with the pandemic and the growing cost of living, which is at a crisis level now. The cost of everything has gone up. To fill up your car, to buy groceries, to find a home you can afford, to pay your rent. And on top of that, there's a war that makes everyone across the world feel less safe. In this context, Canadians sent us to Parliament in a minority government to get them help, to find ways to solve the problems that they're dealing with. And we did exactly that. In this minority government, we used our power to win significant victories for people. Whereas other parties have spent their time worried about themselves, spending time not responding to Canadians' needs, we focused on what people needed most. And we delivered. We were able to expand our national healthcare system for the first time in a generation and in a significant way. We delivered dental care for Canadians. Starting this year, with children under 12, children who need care the most will be able to get their teeth fixed. That is a significant step forward for so many people. We are proud of that. We know that this is going to make a big difference in the lives of Canadians, and we are going to keep on pushing Phase 2, which will cover children under 18, seniors, and people living with disabilities, and to eventually see a full implementation of our program, which will mean that everyone in our country who doesn't have coverage already, who qualifies, will be able to get their teeth fixed. That is something that we're proud of, and that's something that this budget delivers, that we use our power to obtain. And I want to share with you what that means for real people. I've spoke with one person in particular that comes to mind. I spoke with Adam. And as a new dad myself, Adam's story really hit me hard. He's a young dad. He's got 2 kids, and both are under the age of 12 and both need dental work. And he figures the estimates for the work that they need is about $1,000 for each child. He makes under $70,000 a year, and he is barely getting by. It's tough. The cost of living going up has hurt him. And when I spoke with him, I could hear his voice quiver when he shared with me that he feels a bit ashamed. A bit ashamed that he doesn't know if he can afford his kids to get their teeth fixed, and he feels shame that he's wondering if he should just wait until their adult teeth come in. A dad was feeling ashamed that he wasn't taking care of his kids. And I actually got to speak with Adam after we made our announcement. And he said the feeling of relief that he has right now, knowing that his kids will be looked after, knowing that he doesn't have to continue to bear the shame of not being able to afford to care for his kids who he loves so much, was such a beautiful thing to hear him share that with me. I've spoken to so many people that tell me that this would be life-changing for them to be able to get their teeth fixed. I was just speaking with a young woman at a bakery where I was purchasing some bread, and she said, "Thank you so much. This will mean that I'll be able to look after my teeth, which I've been neglecting for so long." I also, Mr. Speaker, j'ai oublié de mentionner,
I forgot to mention that I will be sharing my time with my very honourable colleague, the member for Nunavut. Thank you.
So this is going to mean a lot of help to a lot of people. Seniors who as they age, often encounter problems with their teeth and end up in the hospital and not able to get the care that they need, will be able to get their teeth fixed. This is going to mean a lot to a lot of people. And while we're proud of this victory, I want to also be clear, as much as this might upset the Conservatives' worldview, this is not a New Democrat budget. This was a Liberal budget where we use our power as New Democrats to get some victories for people. But there's a lot of problems with the budget, and there's a lot of problems with the approach of the government towards some of the most urgent struggles that people are dealing with. Donc on est fiers que dans ce budget,
we are proud that in this budget we've used our power in this minority government. We used our power to obtain gains for people. We have met people's needs, people who say that they have huge challenges in their lives. They've asked us to help them. They said that they need help, and we have delivered help with dental care, a federal program that will help everyone from coast to coast to coast who do not have the means to deal with their own teeth. This is a game changer. This is going to help millions of Canadians. We've estimated that this will help 6.5 million Canadians, those who will now have access to dental health care thanks to our efforts. And it's also important to mention that the Liberals and the Conservatives who voted against this motion, this plan in the past, and now we've obtained this gain.
Problems. And one of the massive problems in this budget and with this government's approach is when it comes to the environment. One of the most crucial issues of our time, when we know people are worried about the impact of the climate crisis, not simply for the future, but right now in their lives. We're seeing forest fires devastating communities, floods that are stealing away people's homes and their way of life. We see extreme heat waves that we've never seen before that are taking lives of some of the most vulnerable. We're feeling the impacts of the climate crisis now, and we know from scientists this will only get worse if we don't act. And so despite the seriousness of this crisis, the Liberals' approach has been to give more subsidies to the oil and gas sector instead of cutting them, as we've said, and eliminating them entirely. No public money should be spent on profitable oil and gas companies. Our public money should go towards workers impacted by the climate crisis, investments in renewable energy, investments to ensure that we're doing our part to reduce emissions and create good jobs for Canadians. That's where our public money should go. Instead, the Liberals have increased subsidies for the fossil fuel sector. We know that the plan or the price on pollution exempts the biggest polluters, lets the biggest polluters off the hook, but it disproportionately hurts Indigenous people and small businesses. We see this theme where the government makes decisions that benefit those at the top and it hurts everyone else. The other major concern, and one of the most unifying, serious crises of our time in Canada right now, is the housing crisis. An issue that used to be more so a concern of large urban centers, Vancouver and Toronto, is now a crisis that has gripped every city, municipality in our country. People cannot find a home to call their own. They can't afford a home. And what does that mean for a young person who wants to start a family? I've heard from young people, young families, that say we can't afford a home to raise our kids, so we're not going to have kids. To have to be forced in a position that you can't grow your family just because you can't find a place to call home is pretty bad in a country as wealthy as ours. It is frankly shameful. We've got people that have good salaries that can't find a home, people that have limited salaries, and people that have no income. This is a concern that is impacting all walks of life. All Canadians are struggling. Parents that have a home, I've spoken with parents, they've got a beautiful home, and they tell me their number one concern is the cost of housing. And I say, well, you've got a beautiful house. They say, our kids will never be able to afford a place. And even more so, young people grow up in a community with their friends, their family, their connections, and they feel they'll never have a chance to find a home in the communities where they grew up, and they have to move somewhere else. And then they try to find a home somewhere else, and there it's too expensive too. It's a serious crisis, and we don't see the action necessary to respond to this crisis from the government. We fought for some serious supports, and we're proud of those supports to tackle the housing crisis, but we need much more. We need to do a lot more. We need to make up for decades of inaction on the part of Conservative and Liberal governments. When the government failed to continue investing in the housing that people needed and ensure that there were affordable options for people, over decades and decades it caused this crisis. When the government set up a tax system that not only encourages but incentivizes speculation and property flipping, it's no surprise that the cost of homes have gone up. A system has been designed to encourage and incentivize that activity. Donc, on sait que l'autre crise qui est une des plus fortes.
We know that there is another huge crisis in Canada, the housing crisis, and we need more action to face this crisis. What is clear is that people cannot find affordable housing, and that is exactly what we will continue to do, put more pressure on the government to deliver affordable housing.
Choices. If we were in government, New Democrats would make choices to invest in our healthcare system, increase transfers, make sure we invest everything possible to build homes that are affordable. We would tackle that housing crisis. We would commit to investing in solutions to create good jobs and fight the climate crisis. That would be a New Democrat budget. We're proud of the work that we've done, but we've got to make it very clear. Decisions by Liberals and Conservatives have got us to this point where people cannot afford a home to call their own. They've got us to this point where the climate crisis is raging and there's no solution for workers and for people. But we would do differently. We'll continue to fight and be your voice. C'est vraiment un honneur de partager ces mots.
It was an honor to share these words with you today. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Isles.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've heard the NDP say on a number of occasions that oil and gas subsidies have gone up. And I'll be honest, the first time I heard that, I started to look into it because I was concerned personally about that. But the only evidence that I can find of oil and gas subsidies going up is with respect to money that's been designated specifically for dealing with orphan wells that are out there, orphan oil wells. And in my opinion, that's not really a subsidy. That's more about that's more about making sure that we take care of the environmental consequences that oil wells have contributed to over the years. So my question to the member is, when he, and it's just a very simple question because I could be wrong and I'm willing to accept that and I want to hear that if that's the case. But my question to the member is it true that when he says oil and gas subsidies have gone up, he's really referring to the fact that more money has been put towards dealing with those orphan wells?
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
With the question of orphan wells, we're deeply concerned that profitable oil and gas companies are getting subsidies to do the work that they should have done anyways. They shouldn't have left orphan wells in that way. But to answer the question directly, there is additional over $2 billion of carbon capture credits that amount to at least $2 billion of additional subsidies. To carbon capture technology, which many scientists point out we don't know how effective that is, and again, giving billions of dollars to subsidize profitable oil and gas companies with a carbon capture tax credit is absolutely wrong, and it is absolutely an increase in fuel subsidies. And that should not happen. Why would we give public money to profitable oil and gas companies that are gouging people at the pumps? It makes no sense at all.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, NDP members have repeatedly said that carbon capture storage is unproven or doesn't work. I want to take this opportunity to invite the NDP leader to come to my riding. I will pay for his hotel, and he can see carbon capture and storage happening right now. There's the Shell Quest project in my riding. Last week, I went to an open house for the Polaris project, an entirely private sector funded carbon capture and storage program. Saying that carbon capture is unproven is like saying we don't know if cars work or we don't know if airplanes work. They're working right now. They're capturing carbon and they're contributing to environmental reductions, and they are being fully funded in the case of the Polaris project by the private sector. So will the NDP leader stop ignoring the reality of carbon capture, stop denying the technology that's currently happening and working, and commit to coming to my riding to see it in action?
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
The member's passion has certainly secured him a future job in the oil and gas sector. But the problem is, why would we give billions of dollars of additional subsidies to companies that are profitable? Why would we spend our public money? Would you go to a Canadian? Mr. Speaker, I asked the question, would someone go to the public and say, I'm going to spend your public money on a company that's profitable to make them do something. Why would we agree with that? That is ludicrous. The member had his time to ask a question. The member maybe wants to ask another question, but I will respond and say it is ludicrous to give public money to profitable companies when we should spend our public money on investing in workers, investing in the help that workers need that are impacted by the climate crisis, investing in renewable energy. That's where our public money should go. We wouldn't want to give our public money to profitable enterprises. That's wrong.
On a le temps pour une question de 30 secondes.
A 30-second question. And I would just like to remind colleagues that we should show a certain decorum in this place. I know that this is a very impassioned debate, but I would like to ask people to show more decorum. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Burnaby South for his very eloquent speech. However, when speaking about dental care, we need to remember that that's very important. Our teeth represent our smile. They're an important component of our interpersonal relationships. It's very important for everyone. But I would like to ask whether the member for Burnaby South will listen to the Bloc Québécois, and will it compensate Quebec adequately for this program? The Honourable Member for Burnaby South. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. Well, with our policies, we have always said that Quebec should have the right to withdraw with full compensation, and that's still the case today. But I would like to say very clearly that what we're proposing here is a federal program like employment insurance. We will not be hiring dentists. We will be paying the bills for people who can't pay. That is what we are proposing. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Nunavut.
Well done. I rise today to speak about housing in my constituency. This budget has an entire first chapter on housing, and it offers the classic promises of modest levels of funding to the three territorial governments. Housing is not a new issue. Although the housing crisis in Nunavut has been raised in Parliament, there may be still little understanding or knowledge of what this crisis means on the ground. I will continue the work that was started by my predecessor, Mumila Kakak. I am more convinced than ever that safe, affordable housing is the key for Nunavut and for all Indigenous communities to thrive. Reconciliation takes a full government effort. We cannot shuffle it into a specialized corner. A basic everyday reality in Nunavut is that Nunavummiut do not have access to many housing units in their own communities. Imported federal employees do. Across Nunavut and in many Indigenous communities, federal employees are given the benefit of an allocated housing unit attached to their job. To hire and retain employees, Canada has completely opted out of the general housing supply and built or leased its own units, exclusive to its employees, resulting in federal employees avoiding the experience of the housing crisis themselves. Nunavut communities have rows of boarded-up federal employee housing units. The federal employees have been moved years ago to newer units, to newer parts of the community. This means that every day on their way to school, children in Iqaluit and other communities see and walk past empty federal housing units. I do not understand how we can talk about equity and fairness and I think about people like Iqituk, who told me in her household are 15 people in a 4-bedroom unit, 3 adults, each with their own families. Why is it acceptable to have this level of overcrowded housing and still permit so many housing units directly controlled by Canada and so many Indigenous communities to sit empty? Does anyone in authority know how many of these unoccupied houses Canada controls? What is the financial and social cost of allowing 40-year-old units to be empty when Nunavummiut are cramped into 60-year-old housing in worse condition? Why is this not a budget issue? An Inuk woman in Pond Inlet told me, in quotes, There are so many family members in one overcrowded house. So many families that have been on waiting lists for years to move into any available house. Housing authorities need more resources. In this budget, we see the government only beginning to demonstrate an awareness of the life-altering need for Canadians to access suitable and affordable housing. The issues is largely presented as generational. The up-and-coming generation of Canadians are struggling to access what much of Canada has assumed was available, appropriate, affordable, and diverse housing options. Welcome to our reality. The reality for most of Indigenous Canada is that housing is a multi-generational, multi-family, all-encompassing crisis. It impacts health, schooling, and employment. From filling these empty federal units to supporting Indigenous governance, there are many ways that the federal government can directly support the easing of the housing crisis in Nunavut. It is the Nunavut communities that know what the potential solutions are. They know the seasons, the infrastructure limitations, families in most need, and the resources required to go beyond what was announced in the 2022 budget announced weeks ago. Over and over, we hear dollars announced, as we saw on page 41 of this budget. But communities do not see the changes in the ground. Families like Peter Kilabaks, who is a retired raising grandchildren with complex medical needs in Pangnaktok. He told me that past housing promises have not reached his community. When I met with him, he asked me, where is the $300 million for housing that was announced before? He doesn't see it. Announcing numbers is relatively easy. Impacting on the ground requires a whole rethinking. Clearly, what we are doing is not working. Do we do more of the same, or do we look to the roots of the issues? Financing, taxation, travel costs, seasonal out-of-community workers, and the abrasive transient work camps. I was recently in the communities of Cambridge Bay and Qogloktok. Both communities also identified these issues. Indeed, housing has been a crisis across all Nunavut communities. While I loved the warm welcome in both communities, I saw around town the many broken windows requiring replacement, many boarded up empty units. Of course, they should be repaired and renovated, but it is not simple. Access to supply is incredibly limited. No Nunavut community has road access. In any given year, marshaling materials takes months and access to capital. The open waters shipping season each year is days to weeks, up to maximum of 4 months. Most communities may get sea lift once or twice per season. In that season, bulk food, resupply materials for housing, and new infrastructure are all delivered. And most communities do not have a dock or a harbor. Take a moment to compare this to your home community. If you need to repair the back steps or replace a window, how far is it to the nearby building center to get materials? Have you ever considered that you might need to fly an electrician or a plumber from 1,000 kilometers away to maintain your home? In Coral Harbor, I was told Inuit are capable, skilled, and knowledgeable. Inuit must not only be employed as janitors, reception, or security. Even if Inuit are not academically educated, Inuit must be paid for the skills they do have as experts in our communities. We need to recognize skills and develop them from the ground up. Fly-in solutions are at best stopgap and intrusive. Inuit need to be part of the solutions and integrated into the decision making, to be that lead when building new units and in community planning. How is this any different from other remote and indigenous communities? Does anyone need solutions dropped on them from afar, or do we need to see needed structures and programming which support community goals and efforts? During my recent travels in Nunavut, I spent time in Nauyat with the renowned elder Donat Miluktuk. What I gathered from Miluktuk is this: the individuals in the communities know what the solutions are. Canada must allow the solutions to be shared solutions. We must ensure in this budget cycle that the federal government stops ignoring the calls for a complete rethink of housing for Indigenous communities.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Winnipeg.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my friend's thoughts in regards to Indigenous housing and housing in general. You know, I represent in Winnipeg North probably one of the higher percentages of Indigenous people, Mr. Speaker, probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 20 to 25,000 people. And you know, it breaks my heart when we see the type of housing that is there. And it's one of the reasons why I believe that as a national government to recognize that we do have a role to play. That's why we've invested literally tens of millions in Winnipeg alone in regards to emergency housing shelter, Main Street project, investing and trying to encourage and get provincial governments and municipalities to also come to the table. And this is where my question lies, Mr. Speaker. Would the member not agree that as a national government we can show leadership by investing and generating ideas, but we also need to get provincials and other stakeholders, Indigenous communities, which have demonstrated incredible leadership on the issue, to continue to work together to try to resolve this problem.
Honorable député de Nunavut.
I think that he should listen to that my statement more intently, because my recommendation is that the federal government needs to listen to the communities. The communities are the ones that have been offering solutions. They've been ignored long enough, and it's the communities that need to be heard when solutions are being provided. It's the federal government that needs to listen more intently so that they can show real reconciliation when it comes to providing solutions that will impact and improve Indigenous people's lives.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Regina Leuven.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I do appreciate the statement put forward by my colleague from Nunavut, and I agree with her. The federal government should do more for housing. I think they are failing communities in northern Canada. But I do have a question for her about her leader's comments that were made just previous to her speech, and the fact that he is basically a carbon capture denier. He does not agree with the science of carbon capture, although it is out there already. So very much, I would like to know her opinion of, does she agree with her NDP leader about carbon capture not being a way to help the environment, to help clean up the environment? Because in Saskatchewan, and I invite all the NDP to come to my riding in Saskatchewan and tour Boundary Dam 3, which is one of the largest working carbon capture facilities in the world that has taken the equivalent of millions of cars off the street worth of emissions. It's been working for 5 years. And the NDP in Saskatchewan actually started this project. So are they against their provincial cousins? And are they actually carbon capture deniers?
L'honorable député de Nunavut.
I thank the member for his question. I've been quite interested in the Conservatives' approach to addressing climate change, to addressing Indigenous issues, to addressing what's going on in Europe. They've taken such a different approach to how we as Canadians try to support each other. And I think that in my focus when I decided to talk about housing. I needed to do so because Indigenous housing is such a major issue, and with most of our communities still operating on diesel operated energy, we need to find ways to make sure that renewable energy is the source of transition that we move towards. And whatever positions that the Conservatives have made, I've not been able to agree on because of the foundation that they've been trying to use to misinform and disinform a lot of Canadians.
On a le temps pour une brève question de 30 secondes.
A brief 30-second question. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have a great deal of respect for the member for Nunavut. And I think that when it comes to understanding issues affecting Inuit communities, she's the best person in this House to consult, and she's the best person to defend those communities in this House and to explain to this House what is happening in the North. I think she is the best person for that. So my question is simple. Yes, I'll be quick. Would she have preferred that the NDP Liberal deal put forward a concrete plan for Inuit communities?
Second maximum.
30 seconds, please.
That is a very simple answer for me, and that is yes, I would have preferred more collaboration to make sure that we're doing better for all First Nations, Métis, and Inuit, and I will continue to make sure that we do.
À l'ordre, conformément.
It is my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. 1. The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock, Justice. 2. The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni, Canada Post. And 3. The Honourable Member for Bow River, Small Business.
Donc, reprise.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastview.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm glad to be able to rise today and address the budget, as I'm going to call it, the good, the bad, and the ugly. So I'm expecting Clint Eastwood to actually walk through the doors and the music play, but I'll say this. So to just address the speech, that there is a section of this budget that I do agree with. The good part of it is that the government is promising to give Ukraine $500 million to provide weapons that are so desperately needed right now in the war of Ukraine versus Russia. Now, we do need to make sure that we send whatever lethal weapons Ukraine has been asking for, and I'm glad to see the government has made this announcement and that they're going to be out there on the market buying up as many weapons as possible. And I know, for example, that there is lethal weapons that are being built right in Winnipeg, and PGW Defense Technologies, which builds sniper rifles, who have already done business in the past with the Ukraine on their own directly with the Ukrainian government, and that they also had sent some sniper rifles over just very, very recently. But I believe that the high-quality sniper rifles that are made in Winnipeg would be very valuable to the Canadian or to the Ukrainian armed forces, and that buying more of those weapons with this $500 million would be welcome news. Now, I've been advocating for quite some time, going back to early March, right after the invasion started, that there is inventory of Canadian military equipment that is sitting around, that is about to be retired and turned into museum monuments, monuments to be at war memorials and at our Legion's halls across this country. But we do have light armored vehicles, the Coyotes, the Bisons. There are 32 armored ambulances that are in a Bison configuration that can easily be used and shipped over to Ukraine. And the reason that we can actually use these vehicles to provide that armored personnel carrier protection to Ukraine is because the replacement labs, the new Super Bisons that are being built in London at JDLS are almost complete. The parking lot is full of new labs. They just need to be accredited by the Canadian Armed Forces. And so taking, Bisons, our Coyotes, and our M113 track labs and sending those over to Ukraine would provide much needed protection, especially when you start looking at the civilian domestic defense force that has been stood up with recruits from across Ukraine as they battle against the Russian aggressors. You know, I've also been working with people here in Canada that have been wanting to buy Role 2 field hospitals, mobile field hospitals, which Ukraine has requested. And unfortunately, the government here has yet to provide those hospitals. We had extra Role 2 hospitals that are actually sitting in containers that were purchased for the pandemic and were never used that we could be moving over. There is actually some mobile field hospitals, Mr. Speaker, that are available for sale in the Netherlands. Again, ready to go. Government Canada could actually buy those off the shelf and move them over there under a week. And I'd hope that they would consider that still and get it done, because Ukraine desperately needs them and have asked for them as part of their shopping list that they have given to NATO countries around the world. And finally, there's the issue of the Harpoon missiles. And we had defense experts and industry experts here in Canada that came forward and said, we have over 200 unused Harpoon missiles that are sitting in inventory. Launchers are actually sitting on one of the ships that's in refurbishment right now. We could send over a whole cache of trucks, radar systems, all built here in Canada with our excess Harpoon missiles that are sitting in inventory, and move those to help protect Odessa from the onslaught that's taking place from the Black Sea. And so the more that we can eliminate the Russian Navy's ability to bring in forces onto the coastline, the better off Ukraine will be and the more protected they are. So I do welcome the $500 million. I do encourage the government to do more and to make sure that we are repurposing some of our existing assets, that you don't actually have to go out there and put cash on the table and just send those and donate them to Ukraine, as well as take the $500 million that's approved in this budget. But unfortunately, that's the only good thing in this budget. And I'm not going to be able to support this budget because of the bad and the ugly that is still in there. Now, the bad is that this government continues, Mr. Speaker, to print money like it's going out of style. And they've increased the deficit again this year by another $52.4 billion, and has taken our national debt now to $1.2 trillion. And all of that has been not entirely tied to, as they would like to say, pandemic spending to support the economy. We know that there has been, thank you, Mr. Speaker, we know that there has been many situations where this budget is about unnecessary spending, has put increased money into circulation, has devalued the Canadian dollar, has driven up interest rates and inflationary pressures on our economy. And Canadians are now worse off because of the reckless spending by this Liberal NDP coalition. And they know that they have to deal with higher food prices, higher fuel prices, and that continues to increase the cost of living. In Manitoba alone, according to the Parliamentary Budget Officer's own numbers, the Manitobans are now $2,000 poorer just because of inflation created by this government. And I know that they'll try to argue that there are supply chain issues. They'll try to argue, Mr. Speaker, that this is an international phenomena. But at the same time, when we're talking about 6.7% inflation rates, that we are higher than so many other countries in the G7 and the G20, and it's because of excess government spending and putting too much cheap Canadian money into circulation, which has taken inflation out of control. The other part of this bad part of this budget is that there's no help there for farmers. We're seeing higher input costs because of the inflationary pressures. We're seeing higher input costs on farmers because of the carbon tax, which affects everything from diesel fuel to fertilizer prices. And we're seeing that they continue to push farmers farther and farther down into the deep red hole on their balance sheets because of they not caring about protecting our farm families. Now, they may, as a government, expect that they will still be able to import cheap food from elsewhere, but why do we want to make our farmers less competitive on the international market? Why would we not let our beef, pork, and grain and oilseed producers, Mr. Speaker, flourish and be competitive on the world market? But instead, we're increasing their input costs to such a level that they will never be able to compete on that global scale. So we expect a government that would actually care about our farmers and our farm families and our rural communities, and give them relief from things like the carbon tax, Give them relief from rising excise taxes on fuel. Give them relief from the increasing costs on fertilizer. So we need to know if this government will ever commit to helping out our farmers. In my riding in the Selkirk-Interlake Eastman, our farmers last year dealt with a very devastating drought, fourth year of dry conditions. And again, the help from the federal government was next to nil, and we know that there's no help in this budget for farmers that have dealt with that drought, whether it was trying to buy feed for their livestock or having major shortfalls in crop production. And the ugly part of this, Mr. Speaker, the ugly part of this budget is the way the government continues to treat our Canadian Armed Forces. Our members in uniform deserve to be given the best equipment, the best support, and have a warrior culture that's out there actively recruiting and rebuilding our Canadian Armed Forces. We're 10,000 members short as it stands today. And this government seems to not care about making sure that we have a critical mass of soldiers, sailors, and air crew across this country to serve here at home and be able to stand up for those who can't stand up for themselves around the world, including what we're seeing happening in Europe. So although they talk about increasing spending and getting it up to about 1.5% of GDP, it's still far short of what our NATO members expect of us. NATO partners are asking us to spend 2% of GDP, and it's not happening in this budget. And on top of that, this government continues to fall short in spending and buying new equipment. Procurement has been well short of satisfactory. We know that in this budget that there's a $15 billion gap between what the government is promising to do and what's actually in the Department of National Defense departmental plans for the next year. We know that they have already lapsed $12 billion over time that should have been used to buy new ships, new planes, and other equipment for our members of the Canadian Armed Forces. And I tell you, it just comes back to the fact, Mr. Speaker, that this Liberal NDP coalition has not made the proper investments in national defense in a time when the world is getting more scary. We're witnessing what's happening in Europe with the Russian aggression in Ukraine, and we're always concerned with what other nefarious actors on the world stage are watching and seeing what Canada does, as well as our allies, and we need to do more, not less.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Speaker, I'm sure you would agree with me. You know, the irony here is that the member that just spoke was the Parliamentary Secretary for Defence. And you got to remember, under Stephen Harper, that the military expenditure went at one point less than 1% of the GDP. Less than 1%. Now, I'm glad the member recognizes the value in terms of the contributions towards the war effort in Ukraine, $400 million. But what he doesn't say is there's an $8 billion increase for defense. Mr. Speaker, would the member not agree that for the first time since Stephen Harper, we have seen a real, tangible investment in the Canadian forces today, because it was lacking during the Stephen Harper era, the time in which he was a Parliamentary Secretary for Defence?
The Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Speaker, I'd just like to remind the member from Winnipeg North that it was actually under Stephen Harper, when we were at war in Afghanistan, that defense spending, before the Liberals cooked the books on how you calculate the amount of money is actually allocated towards national defense by adding in things like Coast Guard and veterans' pensions and other things that are actually spent under foreign affairs and not actually in defense. When they add those numbers in, we would have been well over 1.5% when we were in the war in Afghanistan. When we pulled out of Afghanistan, yes, defense spending went down because we balanced the books. This government here continues to spend recklessly. That means that the debts and deficits of today are going to be the taxes of tomorrow on our kids and our grandkids. And we know that they still haven't made the investments because the money that they promised doesn't get spent.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague, my Conservative colleague, for his speech, which I found very interesting and well structured. But there was a point he talked about in his critique of the budget, or a point that he rather didn't talk about, that I'd like to hear him speak about. And maybe it's something he's not concerned about, but it's maybe something he is concerned about. I'll be interested to hear his thoughts. In the budgets, what we see is there's massive government from this NDP Liberal coalition in Quebec's provincial jurisdiction when it comes to health care, for example, when they talk about dental care and others. They're going to create federal programs, even though this is Quebec's and the other provinces' jurisdiction. And when it comes to health transfers, all provinces are asking for more money for health transfers, and the answer is that any discussions between the federal government and the provinces, when it comes to health, will be focused on better results for Canadians. So I'd like to ask my colleague what he thinks about the government's message in this and about this interference in government jurisdiction. The honourable member.
My friend from the bloc for his intervention, because he's dead right, is that here again, the one thing the provinces did ask this government to do, and the coalition from the NDP and the Liberals, was to increase healthcare transfers. $28 billion was what was asked for, and they got nothing. Instead, they got $5.3 billion for an imaginary dental plan. And that's nothing that the provinces have asked for. And so, again, this is a federal government, and now with the support of the NDP, continues to ignore the interests of our provinces in delivering health care to all Canadians from coast to coast to coast. And, you know, they continue to venture into that type of jurisdiction. The housing program is another example of where the federal government is stepping into provincial jurisdiction to create housing stock. And we all know that the money that they were offering is not even going to create half the housing stocks that are required. And they've penalized people that are actually trying to increase housing stock through property developments, through condo developments, to flipping houses, are all now being taxed even more by this Liberal NDP coalition, and that's disgusting.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot in 30 seconds.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the speech that my honourable Conservative colleague has made. I specifically wanted to ask, because when I read this budget, only a couple of days before it was introduced, this House had passed a motion that would have suggested that the Liberals might have supported meeting the 2% NATO target. Yet when I read this budget, it fell woefully short of that, promising only a little bit incrementally spent over time. Now, the Liberals seem to have claimed victory on this issue, yet it simply doesn't line up with the facts. So I'm wondering if my colleague would be able to expand on how far short this budget falls compared to even what the Liberals had promised a few days before the budget was introduced.
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman in 20 seconds, please.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague from Battle River Crowfoot for his comments, because, again, that is just a perfect illustration of how the Liberals will say one thing but do something completely different, and how that continues to undermine the economic prosperity of individual Canadians across this country. And so instead of offering things as simple as tax relief, all we get is more ridiculous spending that's unnecessary, and that's ultimately undermining the government's ability to support Canadians from coast to coast to coast.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Mr. Speaker, almost 3 weeks ago now, in this House, I watched Canada's Minister of Finance deliver her budget speech from this place, and I listened to someone who represents the tone of this government and the doublespeak it continues to deliver to Canadians. However, let me begin with a compliment. One of my Liberal colleagues in this House asked me just prior to the budget what would be in the budget for it to be palatable. And my response was that if the budget came in below $50 billion, the deficit, I would be surprised. And I confess that I did expect a much larger deficit, given this government and this Minister of Finance's predisposition to spend other people's money, with no regard for the negative consequences and no foresight for what this country will need in the future. So the minister's budget didn't quite get over the bar. It was close, but let's accept that my expectations were very low, given what I've seen from this profligate government. The future is always uncertain. If there is one thing the past few years have shown us, it is that the world's challenges and Canada's challenges will continue to increase. Those events that challenge governments are not slowing down, as the 8 billion people that inhabit this world are becoming more divided economically, politically, and socially. Those events are, in fact, increasing. Natural disasters, pandemics, wars, safety, and emerging world food crisis. These are challenges that have not tested a Canadian government for some time. And much like the financial meltdown of 2008, from which Canada emerged relatively unscathed, thanks to good government both before the event and during the event, and a doggedness to get back to balance in this country, we need to focus on the state of the country that we are leaving to those who come after us. We don't prepare for events when we are in the middle of events. We prepare ahead of time to abate the risk that events beyond our control will happen. That is the practice of risk management. And that seems lost at all levels of this government. The rot, as I see it, has taken hold through many levels, but it comes from the top. To say that this is a government large on words and short on outcomes would be an understatement. I could say much of what is broken, but I will keep my remarks today focused on the budget and Canada's failing finances under this government. I appreciate that all politicians bring their own background to this job when they are elected, and I appreciate it as well that the Minister of Finance is learning much on this job. Yet, I listened to her budget address, and I do need to point out the absolute doublespeak that filled even that short speech to this House. Doublespeak is the iteration of two scenarios, both of which cannot exist together, like the so-called having your cake and eating it too, or comme on dit à Québec, ayant la beurre.
Or as we say in Quebec, having the butter and the money for the butter.
Canada is doing very well economically, and without missing a beat, justifying why Canadians need to go a further $52 billion into debt as a nation. There was a time when public officials showed responsibility and restraint when they bragged about the strength of a country's economy. Those strong economic times were opportunities to pay back debts incurred in difficult times and to prepare the country financially and socially for future events, which always arrive without warning. Canada's government seems to have decided that we need to fund our military after seeing the threat of a hostile Russian autocrat invade a peaceful democratic country. And yet these threats have been on our horizon for years. Funding Canada's proud military seems to be a revelation to this government. However, the funds are a drop in the bucket of what is required, and their delivery is somewhat speculative and down the road. 2 years ago, the world was hit with a generational pandemic, and Canada was ill-prepared in so many basic ways. But the foresight to have policies that allowed pharmaceutical firms to flourish here was long gone. Monumental deficit spending has become like a sugar high for this government. And the hangover is going to be massive. The results are already becoming evident. Escalating inflation, asset bubbles, an inability to properly fund the basic social services Canadians thought they had invested in, like healthcare, and recently like daycare, and now a scheme to buy support by funding dental care. Programs are great until you have to pay for them. This government seems to think that problems like that belong to tomorrow's taxpayers, not today's voters. So Canada has another stimulus budget when the government says the economy needs no stimulus. It is a strange contradiction in thinking, and yet someone told me that it's not really untrue if you really believe it. I hear the government members say repeatedly in this House that they will take no lessons. Well, that's obvious, but it has to change. Here's the basic lesson, and I don't mean to sound trite. Economic stimulus causes inflation. Too much printed money pursuing the same pool of goods means the price of those goods will increase. Exhibit 1 in Canada, housing. Now, my colleagues know that I will not dumb this down by pretending that Canada's housing problems are the result of one factor, inflation. How could it be? Inflation has taken root throughout the economy, and the latest CPI numbers show us at an annual increase of 6.7%, 40-year high. And house prices are increasing at 3 times that rate. And let me address some further doublespeak in the speech from the Minister of Finance. Quote, inflation, a global phenomenon, is making things more expensive in Canada, too. This is an excuse. The minister's policies caused this outcome in Canada. She can try and blame it on the governor of the Bank of Canada, but he is already trying to save his reputation in this regard. He's saying governments need to spend less as a first course in taming inflation, and the minister still wants to spend more. This is supposed to be responsible government, and if it is really is the minister's opinion that the fault lies with the Bank of Canada, then I will remind that the governor reports directly to the minister. This is about accountability. The governor knows it, so should the minister. Another quote, we will review and reduce government spending because that is the responsible thing to do. Okay, prove it. Words are not matching actions. Let me address the so-called fiscal anchor that the minister likes to tout. Debt to GDP is a comparative metric, but not one that speaks to fiscal accountability for governments. The minister seems to pretend that there is only one government debt in Canada, ignoring 10 provinces and 3 territories. Or perhaps she believes that GDP can be counted twice. But when I hear the minister refer to our debt to GDP ratio as if the provincial debts should not be included, I know she's either uninformed or she is misinforming Canadians. It is a ruse. Canadians are much poorer as a country after 7 years of this government. Our country's combined capital stock showed a decrease last year. Depreciation of our country's assets exceeded the amount invested in new capital here. These are metrics that matter, and this government has driven investment out of this country. Another quote, Canada has a proud tradition of fiscal responsibility. It is my duty to maintain it, and I will. Does the minister actually believe her own words? Let's acknowledge that the Trudeau government this country has endured has been anything but fiscally responsible. And the saga continues with this year's projected $52.4 billion deficit in an economy supposedly close to full employment. Let me address some of the nonsensical and counterproductive spending in this budget. A new Canada Growth Fund, in addition to the boondoggle that is the Canadian Infrastructure Bank. It will attract billions of dollars in private capital. We need to transform our economy at speed and at scale. It will invest using a broad suite of financial instruments, including all forms of debt, equity, guarantees, and specialized contracts. There's lots of debt available for investing in projects in Canada. There's lots of equity. If the government is guaranteeing returns or specializing contracts, it speaks to their basic misunderstanding of financial markets, search for clarity and transparency. And it also speaks to their predisposition to increase the risk being borne by taxpayers on projects that do not make sense. I'm going to close here, finally, on a positive note that I heard in the speech from the Minister of Finance, tackling the Achilles heel of the Canadian economy, productivity and innovation. Quote, but we are falling behind when it comes to economic productivity. Well, it's good this minister has an eye on the mess the government has made of Canada's economy. We are falling behind, and we need to address it. This budget falls far short on this important initiative. So far short that it doesn't even address the reason we've fallen, and that is evident in the approach of this government over the past 7 years. The first step this Minister of Finance could take would be to acknowledge that she has helped create this problem and start to undo some of the significant economic damage her government has visited upon Canadians over the past 7 years. To solve a problem, you first admit you have one. Indeed, admitting you have caused these problems by your own actions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Isles.
I heard the member say earlier that that there has been no success from this government. The government has been unable to demonstrate any degree of success as it relates to our economic activity and outputs. Meanwhile, we have the fastest growing economy in the G7. We have the lowest debt to GDP ratio. We're continually touted to be amongst the top in terms of our credit rating. We have the lowest unemployment rate. We've recovered more than 100% of the jobs lost over during the pandemic. I'm wondering if the member is using a different set of data to determine that, other than his speculation on what he anticipates is going to be happening in the future.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Well, yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank my colleague for the question. In fact, we must be dealing with two different sets of data, and I appreciate that he's writing his own press release here, but in fact, the debt to GDP ratio in this country is much different than the government explains it, because we do not include the provincial debt. And I've explained that in my speech. I hope he was listening just a little bit, but he actually doesn't actually listen. And another thing, $52.4 billion in deficits. We used to say that if you put $100,000 in deficit, that would buy one job. So how many jobs is $52.4 billion of stimulus in the economy buy? 500,000 jobs. Congratulations, there's your magic number, Mr. Speaker. I think that might address my colleague's question very adequately.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Lac Saint Jean. Thank you, my favourite speaker of all time. I have a very simple question for my honourable colleague. I'd like to thank him for his speech. We all know that the Liberals are amazing in talking, but very poor when it comes to acting. After 63 days in Ukraine, they still haven't been able to do anything. They haven't even sent a single plane, which is one lesson for the Aga Khan. My question will have to do with this because in the budget, the Liberals see themselves as a Superman, the Superman of international human rights, but we realise that in the budget, they are 0.27% of GDP for international assistance. Even under Stephen Harper, it was at 0.33%, and the average for the OECD is 0.42%, and the United Nations is asking for 0.7%. So I'd like my colleague to let us know what the difference is between the actions and words from this government. The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre. I would like to thank my colleague for the question here in the House of Commons, and I do agree. A little bit of money is being spent in international assistance, but now there is a war in Ukraine, and I think that the government has earmarked $500 million and says that it will give $500 million. This is just a small part of financial assistance for the rest of the world. Thank you very much. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East for a quick question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his comments. Now, in his speech, he actually raised the issue around housing. As we know, Canada is faced with a housing crisis from coast to coast to coast. And in the budget, there are some measures related to it. One of the pieces that I am happy to see is the change with the RCFI initiative, whereby instead of ensuring that the rent is going to be above market, which was what it was with the Liberal government's approach, in our agreement, we were able to negotiate to get the government to ensure that the rent is below market. Now, with that being said, one key issue to address the housing crisis is the financialization of housing. Would the member actually support the NDP's call for the government to put a moratorium on RITs? Because that would make a difference on the cost of housing.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre in 40 seconds or less.
And I thank my colleague very much for the question. The financialization of housing is an issue, of course, across the country, but we do have investors that invest in housing, and I've read that 30% of the housing stock in Canada is actually owned by investors, not necessarily large investors, which is what people think of when they think about the financialization of the housing market. So there's a lot of small investors that have committed to putting money into housing. That is because there are no other areas to put your money into in Canada. This government has more or less annihilated the investment market, the ability to invest in anything that has a return in Canada. And if you've got an opportunity to get 15% a year on your investment in housing, most smart investors will take that. So I think a lot of that is coming from small investors. But thank you for the question.
Resuming debate. I would like to indicate to the member that her speech will be interrupted at 5:15 for a vote. So resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chair, it's an honour to rise in this House today with the privilege of serving the constituents of Aurora Oak Ridge at Richmond Hill to speak on the budget, a plan to grow our economy and make life more affordable. But before I discuss this very solid and progressive budget, I would like to begin by commending all the members in the House who unanimously supported the COVID measures that our government brought forward in 2020. It is easy to forget, Mr. Speaker, as we respond to the new challenges we face worldwide, of the progress we have made coming out of one of the worst economic crises in our history. The unanimous support in this House for programs like CERB, the CBRA, and more recently the caregiver benefit and the tourism and hospitality sector benefits have protected Canadians not only from disease but also from the worst of the economic fallout from this pandemic. Every one of you who supported these measures should be proud of the strong economic position Canada is in today. When we all pull together, we make real progress for Canadians. Canadians are proud that despite losing over 3 million jobs since the start of the pandemic, we have recovered not only all of these, but added another 300,000, giving us one of the most robust job recoveries in the G20. My constituents tell me they are relieved and hopeful that our economy is continuing to thrive. Our GDP grew at 4.6% in 2021 and is forecast to continue to grow at about 4% through 2022. They're also encouraged that small business closures were lower and personal saving rates higher when compared to pre-pandemic times. Again, a testament to the programs every member in the House of Commons supported in 2020. And despite the significant increase in the deficit and the national debt, Canada has continued to maintain a AAA credit rating with the major debt rating agencies. In Budget 2022, we are continuing to protect the safety of Canadians as COVID still presents challenges, while at the same time focusing on the post-COVID recovery and continuing to implement the platform that we promised Canadians in the last election. This is a prudent budget in the wake of pandemic spending, but not an austerity budget. We have learned from past experiences that continuing to invest in critical social and physical infrastructure during times of economic uncertainty is wise. With that in mind, I want to add to the current debate on the budget by discussing two major areas of focus. The first are measures that will make life more affordable for Canadians. In particular, moving forward to address housing affordability, the cost of early learning and childcare, and dental care. The second focus of the budget I'd like to address, Mr. Speaker, is the measures to preserve and improve Canada's role in the world. In this first group, we're addressing affordability and continuing to support middle-class families and those who are working hard to join it by expanding critical programs, all of which will benefit Canadians across the country and the residents of my riding. On the housing front, we are proud of the Budget 2022 measures to address this crisis. The tax-free First Home Savings Account and a doubling of the first-time home buyer's tax credit will give those young people fortunate enough to be able to save for their first house a little extra assistance to reach that goal. And for those who are not in a position to save for that first down payment, there's support for rent-to-own programs. And there are new programs to support our municipal partners in the planning and delivery of housing. My father, Tom Taylor, was an elected public servant for over 40 years, serving as mayor for the last 10 years. We have, of course, discussed this budget. The thoughts and experiences he shared with me underscore how important the measures are. We all realize that municipal and city officials know their communities best and control the important zoning and planning functions that are so critical to getting homes built for Canadians. The Accelerator Fund and the Rapid Housing Initiative will continue to help municipalities execute their important roles more effectively. There are further initiatives to end homelessness and expand co-op and other housing programs that are being initiated. Organizations and people in my riding, like Michael Braithwaite at Blue Door, Clovis Grant at 360 Kids, Sajid Habib at the Salam Foundation, and Loris Herenda at the Yellow Brick House, are just a few examples of those who work tirelessly to help others who need a hand to find a place to stay. And we are committed to helping them. Our goal, as our respected Minister of Finance has said, is to build a Canada where nobody gets left behind. That includes ending homelessness. Of course, there is continued funding for the Canada-wide Early Learning and Childcare Program. I could say a lot more about this, but I realize my time is being cut short today. So the second thing I really wanted to talk about was our role in the world, which is so important. And I think in this budget, we see a number of measures that are focusing on our role in the world, both as a partner in promoting world peace and the health of our planet, but also as an economic force contributing to prosperity. Of course, these measures reinforce one another. For me, the climate crisis is the greatest challenge facing us, and residents in my riding are very concerned with the impacts of this crisis on their communities and our world. There are many measures in Budget 2022 to address the climate crisis and to support transition to a green economy, from incentives to driving an electric car and investing in making our homes more energy efficient, to protecting our waterways and green spaces and investing in clean tech and energy. We also know that our commitments to other peoples and nations start with the Indigenous people of Canada. We are committed to reconciliation. There is much to be done, But the historic investment of $4 billion over 6 years to support First Nations children through Jordan's Principle takes us another step along this journey. Lastly, Canada has committed over $8 billion to build our defence sector and to ensure that we are there with our international partners to help maintain peace and world order. We have been there for Ukrainians, providing the support they have asked for, and we will be there to help rebuild Ukraine when they emerge as an independent country at the end of this horrendous and uncalled for war waged by Putin. We must be committed allies, strong, secure, and engaged. We can and must work together to meet the challenges facing Canadians and our world, and to keep Canada a country of which we can be proud. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and my colleagues.
As it is 5:15, it is my duty to interrupt the deliberations and to put to vote all questions necessary to dispense of the motion. Ways and Means motion number 3. The question is as follows. Ms. Freeland, seconded by Mr. Boissonnault, moved that this House approve in general the budgetary policy of the government. If a member of a recognised party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the Chair. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Charlemagne. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask for a recorded division. Calling the members.
gentlemen. Well, that kiss.
The question is the following one.
Madame Freeland.
Ms. Freeland, seconded by Mr. Boissonneau, moved that this House approve in general the budgetary policy of the government.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will now please rise.
Mr. Blair. Ms. Bennett. Ms. Bennett. Monsieur Duclos. Monsieur Duclos. Monsieur Leblanc. Monsieur Leblanc. Monsieur Guilbeault. Monsieur Guilbeault. Ms. Hutchings. Ms. Hutchings. Ms. Jasek. Ms. Jasek. Mr. Carr. Mr. Carr. Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North. Ms. Duncan Etobicoke Mr. McKay. Mr. Scarpellegia. Sorry, Mr. McKay. Mr. McKay. And then Mr. Scarpellegia. Mr. Scarpellegia. Ms. Cara. Ms. Cara. Monsieur Vandal. Monsieur Vandal. Madame Fortier. Madame Fortier. Ms. Murray. Ms. Murray. Ms. Gould. Ms. Gould. Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau. Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau. Ms. Haidou. Ms. Haidou. Monsieur Miller. Monsieur Miller. Madame Le Boutillier. Madame Le Boutillier. Mr. Fraser. Mr. Fraser. Madame Bendayan. Madame Bendayan. Mr. Casey. Mr. Casey. Mr. Kuzmerchek. Mr. Kuzmerchek. Mr. Bittol. Mr. Biddle. Mr. Fillmore. Mr. Fillmore. Mr. Gerritsen. Mr. Gerritsen. Mrs. Romanado. Mrs. Romanado. Mr. Lamour. Mr. Lamour. Ms. Sahota. Ms. Sahota. Mr. Virani. Mr. Virani. Mr. Ananda Sangari. Mr. Ananda Sangari. Mr. Housefather. Mr. Housefather. Monsieur Cormier. Mr. Cormier. Ms. Dillon. Ms. Dillon. Mr. Vancouverden. Mr. Vancouverden. Mr. Fisher. Mr. Fisher. Ms. Jones. Ms. Jones. Ms. O'Connell. Ms. O'Connell. Mr. Fragiscados. Mr. Fragiscados. Mr. Chang. Mr. Chang. Madame Martinez Ferrada. Madame Martinez Ferrada. Ms. Khalid. Ms. Khalid. Mr. Long. Mr. Long. Mr. Maloney. Mr. Maloney. Mr. McDonald Avalon. Mr. McDonald Avalon. Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam. Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam. Mr. McLeod. McLeod. Mr. Sarai. Mr. Sarai. Mr. Sorbera. Mr. Sorbera. Mr. Aldag. Mr. Aldag. Mrs. Atwin. Mrs. Atwin. Mr. Baker. Mr. Baker. Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga. Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga. Mr. Pawlowski. Mr. Pawlowski. Madame Mendez. Madame Mendez. Mr. Van Bynen. Mr. Van Bynen. Mr. Weiler. Mr. Weiler. Madame Diab. Madame Diab. Mr. Gahir. Mr. Gahir. Mr. Hanley. Mr. Hanley. Ms. Effner. Ms. Effner. Madame Lapointe. Madame Lapointe. Ms. Thompson. Ms. Thompson. Mr. Julian. Mr. Julian. Mr. Massey. Mr. Massey. Ms. Kwan. Ms. Kwan. Mr. Garrison. Mr. Garrison. Ms. Blaney. Ms. Blaney. Ms. Idlout. Ms. Idlout. Mr. Cannings. Mr. Canning. Mr. Johns. Mr. Johns. Ms. Gazan. Ms. Gazan. Ms. Barron. Ms. Barron. Ms. Zarillo. Ms. Zarillo. Mr. Angus. Mr. Angus. Ms. Matheson. Ms. Matheson. Mr. Desjardins. Mr. Desjardins. Ms. McPherson. Ms. McPherson. Mr. Blakey. Mr. Blakey.
All those opposed to the motion, please rise.
Ms. Bergen. Monsieur Paulus. Monsieur Deltel. Mr. Bezan. Mr. Barlow. Mr. Chong. Mr. Moore. Monsieur Brassard. Monsieur Berthold. Mr. Fast. Mr. Albus. Mr. Nature. Mr. Jennis. Mr. Schmale. Mr. McLean. Mr. Lawrence. Mr. General. Mrs. Gray. Mr. Kimmich. Mr. Richards. Mr. Calkins. Ms. Lanceman. Mrs. Kuzi. Mr. Perkins. Mrs. Gallant. Mr. Viss. Mr. Small. Mr. Steinley. Ms. Rude. Mr. Ellis. Mrs. Cramp-Nyman. Ms. Ferrari. Mr. Stewart. Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Mott.
Monsieur Lew.
Mr. Lew.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Kurek.
Mr. Curran.
Mr. Mazier.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Morans.
Mr. Morales.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Petzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Retour à Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Barcelot-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelot-Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Sinclair-Desgagnés.
Madame Sinclair-Desgagnés.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote because of technical problems, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 177, 177. Nays contre 150, 150.
I declare the motion carried. Voila. I'll give folks about a minute to clear the House before we continue. It being 6 o'clock, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, consideration at second reading of Bill C-250, an act to amend the criminal code, promotion of anti-Semitism, standing in the name of Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh, seconded by Mr. Kelly, moves that Bill C-250, an act to amend the criminal code, promotion of anti-Semitism, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Debate. The Honourable Member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Actually, before we get into tonight's debate on my private member's bill, I'd like to acknowledge Yom HaShoah, the Holocaust Remembrance Day, which is actually today, Yom HaShoah. So today is a time, I feel, to renew our commitment to combating anti-Semitism in all of its forms. I am honored today to rise to speak to Bill C-250, which is my private member's bill, an act to amend the criminal code, promotion of anti-Semitism. Bill C-250 is modeled on subsection 319(2), public incitement of hatred of the Canadian Criminal Code. However, the bill C-250 focuses specifically on Holocaust denial because of the gravity of the event in our history. If this House chooses to pass Bill C-250, it will make the Holocaust denial, which is one of the key indicators of anti-Semitism and radicalization, illegal in this country, and the offense will be punishable with incarceration. B'nai B'rith just released their 2021 audit of anti-Semitism incidents this week, and for the 6th consecutive year, that's right, the 6th consecutive year, records were set for anti-Semitism in this country. There was an increase, unfortunately, of 7.2%. Nearly 8 anti-Semitic incidents occur every day in this country in 2021. The actual number of anti-Semitic incidents recorded last year was 2,799. This marked the 4th consecutive year in which the 2,000 plateau was exceeded. Heather Fenyas is a past president of Congregation Agudas Israel Synagogue in my city in Saskatoon and a CJA local partner. the Raoul Wallenberg Center of Human Rights board member, and also the chair of Consensus Citizenship Education Foundation. This is what she had to say about our bill, C-250, and I quote, "When the Holocaust is denied, Jewish people die. This malignant seed of hate left unchecked threatens Jews at home, in their synagogues, and within their communities. Anti-Semitism, the most pernicious hates, is the canary in the coal mine, where hate is left unfettered. Nobody is immune from its consequences, signaling a threat to all communities. Making Holocaust denial illegal is a step towards creating a safer spaces for Jews in particular and building a healthier society." End of quote. Kevin Scharf, president of the congregation at Judas Israel Synagogue and Jewish Community Center, said the following, and I quote, "Holocaust denial is often a symptom of ignorance or intolerance, and sadly denying the history of people can lead to anti-Semitism and more generally widespread racism in our communities. Healthy education is the way forward." End of quote. And the CIJA, the Center for Israel and Jewish Affairs, made this statement, and I quote, "The Holocaust denial is a dangerous form of anti-Semitism. We deeply appreciate the leadership of the member from Saskatoon Grasswood, who has introduced the private member's bill to criminalize this insidious form of Jew hatred. And also thank you to the member from Thornhill for seconding this bill, C-250. Ignorance and intolerance must be confronted and condemned wherever it exists. Ideally, I would be happy if this criminal code amendment were never used. Punishment is the last resort. Criminalization is an imperfect tool, but it's also an important tool to stop a behavior that we as a society consider offensive. Criminalization is also an important step towards changing attitudes in this country. Criminalization will help draw a moral limit on the erosion of history. It will be a message to those who wish to erase historical truths. Suppression of anti-Semitism is not the goal. Education is the key to ending anti-Semitism and the hateful fallout which comes from ignorance. Education is the safeguard of history. Holocaust denial is not free speech. It is an abuse of free speech, an abuse that freedom we all cherish in this country. It is an attack on the Canadian values and our respect for diversity. If we stand by and allow history to be erased by allowing the Holocaust to be denied, distorted, or minimized, we allow democracy to be eroded. Research has shown that people who learn about the Holocaust are more likely to care about other communities and oppose persecution and the development of anti-racist attitudes. It is imperative that our future generations know and understand that from early 1941 until 1945, 6 million Jewish children, women, and men were murdered in a state-sponsored genocide we now remember as the Holocaust. We cannot allow this chapter in history to be denied, minimized, or even lost. We must continue to educate Canadians to face history with courage and to call out and confront intolerance and racism every time it emerges. If we don't continue to educate Canadians about the horrors of the Holocaust and the dangers of anti-Semitism, we leave room for hatred, for racism, radicalization to take root and grow more in this country. Let me point out two recent examples that come to mind. The first one is the case of Joseph DeMarco. He was a Timmins, Ontario school teacher who in 2019 was fired after teaching Holocaust denial. The Ontario Ontario College of Teachers held a disciplinary hearing last year to deal with the allegations of Holocaust denial theories that he taught between the years of 2018 and 2019. When DeMarco's teaching license was pulled, Michael Levitt, president and CEO of Friends of Simon Wiesenthal Center, had this to say, and I quote, "The disturbing actions by this former teacher demand nothing less than his inability to set foot in a classroom ever again in this country." Continuing on, instead of using the opportunity to teach about the Holocaust and even the 9/11 and their lessons, he decided to spread Holocaust denial and anti-Semitism, doing an extreme disservice to his students. Educators have a duty to not only provide students with information, but to also inspire them to the upstanding citizens who can stand against hate and tolerance and intolerance, end of quote. And I think we all agree the most publicized case involving the James Keegstra trial a number of decades ago. Just for those that don't have the background, Keegstra was charged and convicted of hate speech in 1984 for willfully promoting hatred against an identified group of teachers, by teaching his students that the Holocaust was a fraud and by promoting anti-Semitism. Keegstra was a high school teacher in Alberta until he was fired in 1982. He expected his students to accept his views, and their grades suffered if they dared to oppose them. Keegstra, by the way, served as mayor of Eckville, Alberta from 1974 to 1983, when his offensive and anti-Semitic views caused citizens to overwhelmingly vote him out of office in 1984. He, by the way, appealed the conviction to the Supreme Court, where it was upheld. Most Supreme Court justices believe that hate speech is not a victimless crime. They understood the potential of hate speech and anti-Semitism to be harmful and dangerous and to promote violence. Violence and radicalization can't be allowed a space in this country to grow. We can't overcome and overlook the obvious causes. And when these offenses are being perpetrated by educators, they are especially egregious and very, very harmful. I understand that hatred and anti-Semitism are not eliminated by legislation, but legislation alone is one rung on the ladder. I have heard the criticisms all over on this legislation. I have read media reports that imply that criminalization will only muffle anti-Semitism. But doing nothing is not a solution. Madam Speaker, it deeply concerns me that for some people, doing nothing is an acceptable path forward. Paying lip service and making virtuous gestures is somehow seen as a substitution for action. I want there to be no mistake that education is the action that is needed, and that criminalization is the tool to demonstrate the anti-Semitism, Holocaust denial, minimalization, and distortion is not going to be tolerated in this country anymore. A 2020 study on the Holocaust awareness by the Friends of Simon Wiesenthal Center for the Holocaust Studies, conducted here by Nanos, supports the notion of education. I'll quote that study, Madam Speaker, and I'm happy to table the study if there's any consensus by the members here in the House. The 2020 study on Holocaust awareness and education reveals that 59% of people in Canada's prairies believe that young people are not taught enough about the Holocaust in school. And 73% believe young people today are less aware of the Holocaust and its lessons than in the past. While 92% of people in the Canadian prairies say teaching about discrimination is either somewhat important or important, 96 believe teaching about the Holocaust is either somewhat important or important. And in July 2021, a report on the hate crimes in Canada by Friends of the Simon Wiesenthal Center for Holocaust Studies, the Stats Canada data indicates an increase in hate crimes. Again, I'm happy to table this document and that the report in part that it says. And we go back to last year, July 27th, where Stats Canada released hate crime stats of 2020 today, revealing that police reported hate crimes increased by 37% last year and reached the highest number ever recorded, 2,669. According to StatCan's annual police report crime statistics report, the Jewish community saw an almost 5% increase in hate crimes. I'm going to move now to a person I've known for a number of years. He was an educator in the city of Saskatoon. Right now, he's the president of B'nai B'rith. It's David Katesman. He's from Lodge 739 in my city. And he had the following comment on this bill: to criminalize willfully promoting anti-Semitism by conducting or denying or downplaying the Holocaust. And he said, and I quote, "Holocaust was the industrialization of a mass murder of over 11 million people, including 6 million Jews. Condoning, denying, or downplaying the Holocaust has always been the most powerful magnet for those who hate Jews, and most often these same haters have a long list of others who must be abused or banished. Canadian treasure our national commitment for all persons to live freely and safety." End of quote. So the government has now taken a precedent step once again in appropriating my private member's bill from Saskatoon Grasswood. The last Parliament, I will tell everyone that they took my bill, they fumbled it, and then actually I held on to the ball and got it over the goal line. This time, though, they've taken the text of my private member's bill and parked it halfway through 7 pages of potential future promises in Annex 3 of the budget document. There is no commitment here, Madam Speaker, just a vague suggestion of future consideration. I urge members to understand the difference between my bill, C-250, and the version of this bill which is government and has chosen to place into the omnibus budget legislation. 250 will have the teeth that the budget-like version will not have. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. The Honourable Member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Saskatoon Grasswood for his perseverance in bringing this important piece of legislation before this House. If you'll indulge me just a moment, at the age of 19 as a student on a summer program in Europe, I visited Mauthausen, one of the concentration camps, and I came away from that visit thinking either the site should be plowed up and planted to flowers, or that every young person should be required to visit. I couldn't make up my mind, and I stand here 50 years later still unable to make up my mind, but I believe that the member for Saskatoon Grasswood has convinced me that Holocaust denial is an important tool in inciting violence and hatred against the Jewish community, and therefore deserves criminalization. And I know that he will agree with me when I say I think it would make a great difference in combating the rise in anti-Semitism that B'nai B'rith has documented again this year in their audit. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
I want to thank the Honourable Member for his statement here tonight. It's funny because I have in my hand the annual audit of the anti-Semitic incidents in 21 from B'nai B'rith. They have 8 recommendations. And I very much cherish that organization in this country. They have fought through anti-Semitic in this country for decades. And they just had their annual audit, and they released 8 recommendations. I think all members of Parliament should take a look at this report that was just released about a week ago. Thanks.
Honorable Député de Trois-Rivières.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Saskatoon Greenwood for his speech. We can only be in agreement with the principle of this bill. Ignorance and intolerance must be absolutely condemned. And like him, I believe that education and awareness is essential. However, my question is as follows. I am afraid of pointing out a group in particular in this kind of bill. This could lead to believe that one group is more important than another, and that there would be laws and statutes more favorable to one group rather than another. Now, I know that this is not the intention of the legislator in question. I would like to hear what he could do to the bill to increase its scope as much as possible.
For Saskatoon Grasswoods.
I want to thank the honourable member from Quebec. When I pass a private member's bill, I know now how we get it through the House and the other place and it to become law. You have to be very specific. You can't have a big bill going into the Justice Committee because they'll tear it apart. So in this case, because I know, Madam Speaker, the important legislation needed in this country for Holocaust denial, this is just one piece. It's a very small piece of legislation, but it's a start, as I mentioned in my speech. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Mount Royal.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to take this opportunity to thank my friend from Saskatoon Grasswood for putting forward this bill. Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. And whether or not this bill comes to fruition as a private member's bill or as government legislation, the honourable member can take solace in the fact that he put this forward and he is a driving force behind it. And I want to thank him on behalf of, I am sure, the vast majority of the Canadian Jewish community for what he has done. So I want to just thank him.
Honourable Member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
I certainly want to thank the honourable member from Mount Royal. He's been a stellar performer on the committee I serve in Heritage, and I know when I put it on the order paper, the honourable member from Mount Royal phoned me right away, like seconds after it was on the order paper. I agree, this needs to change. Whether I pursue this as a private member's bill, C-250, or the government picks it up, and hopefully move it ahead forward. If they're going to do anything with this bill, and unfortunately, what I saw in the last Parliament, Madam Speaker, is they took my bill but kind of lagged with it, and so I had to pick it up and move it forward, which is good. The country has benefited from it. But I agree with the minister, or the honourable member, that this is a good bill that is needed, particularly at this time. Anti-Semitism is on the rise in this country, and it's good that we're bringing out this bill in 2022.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Procurement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, I want to thank my honourable colleague for having put forward this bill. Rarely has a date ever been so apt to debate legislation. This evening is the beginning of Yom HaShoah. Yom HaShoah is a sacred day. It's a day where we remember with reverence the over 6 million Jews who were slaughtered by the Nazis in the Holocaust. It's a day where we remember all of the victims of the Holocaust, regardless of their origin, whether from the LGBTQ+ community, whether from the Roma community, or whether from any other community. It's a day where we honor the survivors, including those many survivors that came to make their homes in cities like Montreal, Toronto, Vancouver, and Winnipeg. It's a day where we thank the rescuers, those people who were righteous Gentiles who risked their lives to save others. It's a day where we remember atrocities, and it's a day where it is totally appropriate to talk about how we prevent this from ever happening again. On Monday, I had the incredible honor of standing there with my friend from Thornhill and my friend from Esquimalt-Saanich at the B'nai B'rith press conference, where they brought forward their audit of anti-Semitic incidents for last year. And as my friend from Saskatoon mentioned, there was yet another increase from multiple successive years in incidents. Many, many more violent incidents. Many, many more threatening incidents. Dans ma province du Québec, il y avait une augmentation.
In my province of Quebec, there was a significant increase in anti-Semitic incidents.
There was an important increase in anti-Semitic incidents. And we as a country need to confront why this is happening. Last spring, in the month of May, was a time that many of these incidents happened. And why was that? it was a flare-up of the war or the incidents or the violence where the State of Israel was attacked by Hamas, a terrorist organization under Canadian law. And yet, for whatever reason, that turned into anti-Semitism here in Canada. It turned into rock throwing in Montreal. It turned into a time where I had families in my riding that were scared to let their children go to the park because they were afraid that somebody would see them wearing a kippah and would attack their child. C'était un mois où il y avait des survivants de l'Holocauste dans mon comté.
It was a time when there were survivors of the Holocaust in my riding who asked me if they should remove the mezuzah from their door, because given that it's a Jewish symbol, people might find out that they were Jewish. I never thought that something would happen in my lifetime in Montreal, in Quebec, or Canada. It's incredible.
262 years since the Jewish community has been in Canada. We've contributed so much to this country in every facet, in politics, in the judiciary, in the arts, in sports, in the military. We are not victims. Canadian Jews are not victims. Canadian Jews are strong and proud. But it is unacceptable that in a great country like ours, we have incidents of Holocaust denial and anti-Semitism. One of the things that makes me very proud is when there are international polls about anti-Semitism in Canada, Canada always ranks amongst one of the lowest countries in the incidence of anti-Semitism. Only about 8 or 9% of Canadians are anti-Semitic versus many much more percentages in other countries. And last week, when Angus Reid did a poll about how people perceived different religious communities in Canada, the Jewish community finished as the most favorable. So how is it that with so few anti-Semites in this country, that 61% of religious hate crimes in this country are against Jews, when we make up only 1.25% of the population? Il y a quelque chose qui ne va pas là.
Something is not right with that.
The elders of Zion, through to disinformation online today, for some crazy reason, Jews are always the first victims, but never the last. Somebody who's capable of disliking Jews is capable of disliking people because they're part of any group. Et on connaît que peut-être ça va commencer avec des Juifs.
And we all know that while it might start with Jews, it will not end with them. We are all here to see what we can do in our society to fight not only anti-Semitism, but racism, Francophobia, all different types of racism in our society. Education is crucial, but sometimes it is not enough.
Believe that we err on free speech. We always try to make sure that we don't unreasonably take away someone's right to say something. But it is clear from all kinds of evidence that denial of the Holocaust, that minimization of the Holocaust, is actually one of the most effective tools for increasing anti-Semitism and directing hatred and violence against Jews. Our Constitution is clear. While freedom of speech is an incredibly important right protected under Section 2 of the Canadian Charter, et aussi dans la Charte du Québec,
and also in the Quebec Charter and many other charters in this country,
we under Section 1 have a right to place reasonable limits on freedom of speech. And hate speech is not necessarily free speech. The courts in Canada have determined that we are allowed to prevent people from inciting genocide, from inciting hatred against identifiable groups. Today, when you go online and you look at Holocaust denial on all of the platforms, it is but a start of where you go when you start hating Jews. And so I support this bill, or whatever frame this bill takes, because it is so important to not allow people in Canada to minimize to deny the Holocaust. It is a historical truth. It is not a subject for debate. Someone who claims that 6 million Jews did not die in the Holocaust doesn't know what they're talking about. It happened. Aujourd'hui, nous avons tous un devoir.
And today, we all have a duty here in Parliament. We are all united, whatever our political party. We all agree that we don't want anti-Semitism, homophobia, or racism in Canada. We may not always agree on how we want to fight this, but we agree that it should not exist. And when we look at Holocaust denial, I think that this may be something that we can all agree on. We can all agree that it is extremely serious, that causes a great deal of hate, and that we should forbid it.
I would like to finish this by adding one other thing. Yom HaShoah comes on the eve of Yom HaAtzmaut. Yom HaAtzmaut is Israel Independence Day. It happens next week. And in Canada, part of the hate comes from the extreme right, and part of the hate comes from the extreme left. Nobody has a monopoly on it. Everybody could be part of it. But one of the things that I have seen, and one of the things that I am the most afraid of, is where somebody denies the existence of the hate of Israel, hates on the state of Israel, it leads to anti-Semitism against Jews in Canada. Israel is a democratic country, the only Jewish minority state in the world. It has a right to exist. It has a right to exist behind secure borders. And I really, really hope that we can also join together, in addition to condemning anti-Semitism, to agreeing that BDS and all forms of Israel Apartheid Week and all forms of heinous attacks against Jewish students on campus, all the places that hate of Israel leads, should also not be existing in this country. So I thank my friend from Saskatoon. He has brought forward an important issue that we all need to work together to confront. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
L'honorable député de Rivière-du-Nord.
The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would like to start by reading a motion that was unanimously approved by the Quebec National Assembly nearly a year ago, that the National Assembly firmly denounce the threats, violence, and aggression towards Jewish Quebecers. These have increased recently, that the National Assembly reaffirmed that in a free and democratic society, everyone can openly state their opinions with all due respect, safety, and dignity, that it reiterated the importance of maintaining a healthy and democratic debate on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, and that it reiterate that at all times violence is unacceptable towards whoever. Madam Speaker, that's what the National Assembly of Quebec that said that, the highest body in Quebec, in my opinion, and that is what the Bloc Québécois will be defending against all attacks. The reason I read this, Madam Speaker, is that C-250 is all part of this process. It is not a perfect bill, but it's part of that process. Hatred is a poison in the veins of our society. To incite hatred, promote hatred, means injecting that poison into the veins of our society. In Quebec, we have adopted a secularism bill whose goal is to enable all religious denominations to express themselves freely without having the feeling that they're being criticized or disapproved of by the state. We want the state to be secular, and we want people to be able to practice and express the religion of their choice. That is a sacred principle for us in Quebec. So anti-Semitic crimes, such as those we have seen increase in recent years, I recall that some years ago, and we heard this before about Vancouver, and really throughout the Western world, anti-Semitic crimes have increased throughout the Western world then. And we need to work hard to reduce them, and not just reduce them, but to entirely eliminate them. And of course, there aren't just anti-Jewish attacks. We need to eradicate all forms of hate, but you have to start somewhere. And I think the current situation is concerning. There are various ways to promote hate. To promote denialism is one of them. The Holocaust, well, there are no words to describe what happened. I have also visited sites in Poland, and what I saw left me speechless. It is incredibly hard to imagine human beings committing acts like those. And I feel that this is the kind of thing that any society, how to say this? We know that any society can, under certain circumstances, although I certainly hope not, but under certain circumstances, although I may not know what they are, any society might find itself in a situation like this, like the situation where some people commit such acts. In fact, in some ways, I feel almost as sorry for them as for their victims. So I have strong feelings of solidarity with the Jewish community. I sympathize with the experiences of this community, and I think that to deny the existence of the Holocaust, to minimize what happened, to almost trivialize it, although you can't trivialize such a thing, I think it's unacceptable. And of course, we need to ensure that we never forget the Holocaust and we never trivialize it. So as I said, C-250 is not perfect, but I'd like to hear from experts on it. Now, the bill proposes a definition of the Holocaust. Like I said, I have visited sites in Poland, and even though I was there, it's very hard to define what it is, because it's so inhuman and hideous that it's very hard to encompass with one's mind. So I'd like to hear from experts on the definition proposed by my colleague for Saskatoon Grasswood. It may be a good definition, it may not, but I'd like to hear from experts on it. About how we should define the Holocaust and be precise enough in order to cast light on what happened without casting into shadow other genocides and massacres, and in order to ensure that this type of thing can never happen again. I also want to hear at committee not only about the possible definitions of the Holocaust, but also about the repercussions that can be caused by this type of behavior. We can easily imagine them, but I'd like to get more information. We heard from our colleague, from people in his riding who was wondering whether they should take down their mezuzah, whether they should avoid having their children go to the park with a kippah. We don't want something like that. So we know that that can be what happens when you start down the road of Holocaust denial and anti-Semitism. So I want to hear about that kind of thing from people at committee in order to enable us to better understand the situation and in order to be able to better address the problem. Now, Madam Speaker, we must do all that while avoiding a trap. The trap of adopting provisions that would go against the Charter of Rights and Freedoms with regard to freedom of expression. Freedom of expression is part of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms and also the Quebec Charter. And that is something we care about. I think it's one of our most important freedoms. And so I think we might need to handle C-250 very prudently, very delicately, but we do need to do something about the situation. We need to shoulder our responsibilities, and we need to ensure that we do something to address the concerns of the Jewish community, and not just the Jewish community, because ultimately the concerns of that community are concerns that all of society share, that all of society shares for various reasons. We cannot remain indifferent. We need to be prudent then, but we need to do something. And we do not want to repeat what is already in the criminal code. There's already a clause in the criminal code. So we need to see whether the provisions in C-250 that end up covering the same ground as that clause 319, we need to harmonize the whole thing and ensure that we're not repeating what's already in the criminal code. So we need to ensure that we end up with a statutory text that is interpretable by the courts. So for all these reasons, Madam Speaker, we plan to vote in favor of this bill and ensure that it is sent to committee so that we may be able to work on it and better understand the situation. We may never be able to fully understand what has happened, but in order to better understand the difficult situation that members of the Jewish community have experienced and the inhuman excesses that took place in the 1940s, especially in concentration camps in Poland. Thank you.
The honourable member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to begin my remarks today by thanking all members of this House for ensuring that we have a meaningful debate about the meaning and importance of today, about Holocaust remembrance, in particular, how important this bill truly is. The planning and carrying out of the destruction of 6 million Jewish lives is a terrible tragedy to reflect upon, particularly here in Canada, a place where we are not unfamiliar to this. Today and every day, we're called on to remember the truth, the brutal truth, that 6 million Jews died simply for being themselves, for being who they are, for being true to that promise. Women, children, men executed by a terrible and evil Nazi regime simply for being themselves. All Canadians deserve to be who they are. And this is a basic principle that I believe our country can stand by. Today, we must not only remember, but we must challenge ourselves to go even further and do more. Families across our country are still grieving from the reality of this painful and lasting experience. We must acknowledge and recommit to the elimination of hatred, anti-Semitism, xenophobia in all its forms. We must combat the poisonous hatred that is anti-Semitism. It's our duty. But sadly, anti-Semitism is on the rise in both Canada and around the world. Jewish people continue to face discrimination, prejudice, and physical violence simply for being themselves. I know the struggle of wanting to ensure we are honest with ourselves and making sure this country has the protections to ensure it. It's our jobs as parliamentarians to ensure that we don't only stick up and stand up for the things that our country has been able to achieve, but also to make sure that we go back and attempt to remedy all the things we haven't, including truly ensuring anti-Semitism does not continue. Those that deny and condone the Holocaust should rightfully face criminal prosecution. Their actions motivate hatred I'm grateful to the member for Saskatoon Grasswood for his leadership in tabling Bill C-250, legislation that would finally ban Holocaust denial in Canada. I want to thank that member for that. Canada has an obligation, particularly as a democracy and a vibrant one, to condemn and combat Holocaust denial in every way, shape, and form. The Jewish community has truly suffered from the horrors of the Nazi regime, but continue to suffer. And that is truly a pain that all Canadians must bear. This unique and truly painful experience is one that we must learn from and overcome. New Democrats welcome Bill C-250 in hopes that it will finally tackle this long-standing denial, which puts today's generation at risk. I want to take the opportunity to shed some light on Canada's deeply problematic and anti-Semitic history. Frederick Blair is one of the most shameful taints in our Canadian history. As a high-ranking immigration official in the government of Canada in the 1930s, Blair deliberately worked towards formulating immigration policies based on racial purity. This also included the exclusion of Jewish people. Notorious anti-Semites were in control of our policies here in Canada towards Jewish people during the Holocaust, the time they needed us most. In 1941, Blair wrote, I quote, "Canada, in accordance with generally accepted practice, places greater emphasis on race rather than upon citizenship. It is no secret that many other elite officials and such people with power were openly hateful. I'm deeply remorseful to this facet of Canadian history, among many, many others. Instead of accepting Jewish refugees with open arms, Canada's immigration policy openly denied them safe refuge. When people came from every corner of the world to this place, it was seeking refuge. And we denied that. When many other allied countries were accepting tens and thousands of refugees, Canada only accepted 5,000 during the entire duration of the Holocaust. Liberal Prime Minister William Mackenzie King's political decision was to limit Jewish immigration in Canada. In one of many such moments of shame, the MS St. Louis ship arrived in 1939 from Germany carrying 937 refugees, and Canada turned them away. Shameful. 254 of those passengers eventually would perish, simply because they were being themselves and the complicity of Canada. We had an opportunity to act, and we failed. There's also a documented fact that when a Canadian immigration agent in 1939 was asked about the refugees, will Canada commit to admit, he replied, none is too many. None is too many. Imagine that. Fleeing a terrible and atrocious event, history like the Nazi regime, and being denied. This despicable and discriminatory hate was on display for the entire world to see, something we still in Canada must recognize. How can we claim the moral authority on the international stage without rectifying these mistakes? Our past is truly filled with shameful instances, and one I believe our country is willing to fix. The fear is that those past haunts will continue to haunt existing generations, but the fear is the next generation. We must ensure a place of safety for them here in Canada. This year, shockingly, we witnessed violent and undemocratic protests exactly right outside this building, this Parliament, which is meant to be a symbol of our democracy, our unity, our diversity. but among them, Canadians witnessed something terrible. Truly disturbing visuals of hate symbols, like the Confederate flag and swastika flags. These groups are beginning to accumulate copious amounts of power with explicit intentions to increase crime, division, and a continuation of the undermining of our democratic institutions. This is precisely how power works. Large displays of anti-Semitic hate symbols on Parliament Hill must not become mainstream elements of our society. We must deny them. The power to control that narrative belongs to us, those who are elected to speak on behalf of others. We must confront these harsh truths. As a country, we must radically shift the gears to never forget and never again, by force and by action. We must never forget the crimes committed by the Nazis and continued by horrid hate groups around in Canada today. New Democrats have always and will always stand for fighting against hate, and I'm proud of my incredible caucus members who have proven their solidarity with vulnerable communities and brought them stern legislation to outlaw hate. I'd like to take this moment to thank my colleague from New Westminster Burnaby for introducing private member's bill that would outlaw hate symbols like Nazi swastikas. I want to conclude, Madam Speaker, by thanking many of those Jewish Canadians who continue to fight for justice, continue to fight anti-Semitism, and I stand in firm solidarity with Jewish Canadians across our country in ending anti-Semitism as it spreads. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to speak to Bill C-250, presented in this House by my colleague from Saskatoon, Grasswood, and I thank him for that, and I thank other colleagues for their speeches today. I rise to speak to this bill on the eve of Yom HaShoah, a day that commemorates the 6 million innocent Jewish men, women, and children who were systematically murdered by the Nazis during the Holocaust. On this day, Canadians across the country, on this eve, I should say, reflect on the unique horror of the Holocaust. They pay tribute to the innocent victims, that honor the survivors, and recognize the righteous who risked their own lives to save the lives of strangers. The Holocaust was one of the darkest chapters in human history, and on this day, we are presented with a sobering reminder of that history, which is why Yom HaShoah presents a fitting opportunity to debate this bill. And I'll admit this bill is not entirely clear-cut for me, nor for everyone in the largest Jewish community in Canada, whom I have the distinct honor of representing in this House as the Member of Parliament for Thornhill. And it's not entirely clear-cut for those connected to the Holocaust directly, 1 generation removed, 2 generation removed, or indirectly as Canadians who on this day help dignify the memory of its victims, of the survivors, and of its unthinkable horrors. Madam Speaker, remembrance is at the core of this debate. Remembrance so that it never happens again. And for many, the protection and promotion of free speech is paramount. And given my own worldview, it's difficult to square the circle on the necessity in the face of ideological purity. But hate speech isn't free speech. And Madam Speaker, in an ideal world, Holocaust education, remembrance, and research would be sufficient to ensure a future where the denial of history would simply cease to exist. But sadly, that's not the case. There is an enormous amount of evidence, of survivor testimony, of eyewitness accounts from those who liberated death camps. There are survivors among us still, our grandparents, our friends, those who bore witness to what had happened. And in the face of all of that, Holocaust denial and distortion persists. And because it persists, it is a necessity to fight with the tools of legislation when existing laws fail to protect the truth about the horrors of the Holocaust. Denial and distortion needs to be prosecuted successfully as a powerful deterrent to say that this isn't acceptable, this isn't okay, this isn't allowed in this country. Countering Holocaust denial and distortion is necessary to combat the efforts of those who blur the facts of what transpired about those complicit in the horrors of trying to rewrite history. We must combat the distortion that insults the victims and the survivors. We must combat that distortion that perpetrates anti-Semitism, and we must combat that distortion that fans the flames of violent extremism. We must combat that distortion not only for the Jewish community, but for the thousands of people who defied the rules set down by the Nazis, set down by Hitler, and collectively saved countless LGBT people, disabled people, Roma, and other minorities from certain death. The perversion of Holocaust denial attempts to erase their bravery and their courage against Hitler and his followers. And we must combat the distortion so it doesn't threaten our own ability to understand the past and learn from it. And most importantly, we must combat the distortion so that the distortion doesn't become history itself. The bill ensures successful prosecution of neo-Nazi Holocaust deniers and in the end should aim to prevent the resurgence of Nazism. There is a rising tide of anti-Semitism. I've talked about it here in this House. I've talked about it outside of this House. And it's not just rising out of the far right. And it's not just rising out of the far left. It's rising out of faculty clubs. It's rising on our university campuses, out of social justice organizations, and out of those very close to government. There were 2,799 recorded anti-Semitic incidents of hate in 2021. And one of the most common forms of that hate was attacking Jews was the denial and the distortion of the Holocaust. That's almost 8 incidents that occurred every single day in 2021. That's a 59.8% increase from 2017 to 2021. Those numbers should be alarming to everybody in this place. And those aren't my statistics. They're from B'nai B'rith's most recent audit that we heard about this week, and there's no question that they are underreported, and that should be of concern. Mr. Speaker, the long history of the Jewish people has been characterized as a repetitious cycle, eras of oppression and darkness interrupted by the all too brief golden periods of liberation and flourishing creativity. But as we know, the old anti-Semitism of persecution, of pogroms, of Nazi gas chambers has become a new, more subtle, but just as dangerous cancer. It has an indirect genocidal goal that targets the Jewish national homeland. Its proponents vilify Israel because it's the home of the Jewish people. And while this bill doesn't address that fact, there is no question that it is a driver of hate leveled against the Jewish people, and it's difficult not to acknowledge in a conversation about anti-Semitism in this House. Members of this House, some members of this House, have been complicit in fanning those flames of rhetoric against Israeli statehood that fuel the pernicious rise of a new anti-Semitism cloaked in Zionism. And they say to those who fan those flames outside of this House that that's okay. Our former Prime Minister, Stephen Harper, talked about anti-Semitism in the speech at the Israeli Knesset, the first and only Canadian Prime Minister to do it. In that speech, he named a new anti-Semitism. It uses sophisticated language, words that are acceptable in polite society. The Prime Minister said this: "I find it interesting that when I'm in Israel, I'm asked to single out Israel. When I'm in the Palestinian Authority, I'm asked to single out Israel. And when I'm in half of the other places around the world, you ask me to single out Israel." The public displays of hate that we have seen lately across Canada have yielded no action. And that's why this bill is important. They have been encouraged by those in this House and those close to it, and those in polite society, singling out Israel, as described by the PM in his speech, is okay. Madam Speaker, it was unacceptable to see the flag of the Hamas terror group at an anti-Israel protest in Toronto just before the last election. Hamas calls for the genocide of Jews in its charter. Or or to see an anti-Israel manual sent to the country's largest school board by somebody in the school board in Toronto, or an overt Jewish hatred of kids playing hockey for the Avenue Road Ducks in the largest organized sports league in the city that I'm from, or the countless swastikas drawn on schools and playgrounds and parks and in homes in my community and communities across the country, or an open display of anti-Semitism last week in the streets of Toronto as a pro-Palestinian rally cheered enthusiastically for rocket attacks on civilians. Or anti-Semitism dressed up as anti-Zionism and anti-Jewish statehood, and any suggestion that the two are separate is in fact part of the problem. Through this bill and the understanding that the Holocaust is a very unique history and its denial drives hatred, perhaps the next time some will choose principle rather than coddling the prejudice, next time the opportunity for courage presents itself, and that opportunity will come very soon. Madam Speaker, the law is necessary as the number of Holocaust survivors, eyewitnesses to the event, decline. And it recedes into history, and it gets further and further away. And as these views are becoming more mainstream and they creep into popular culture, the law will be able to avoid the problem of proving the Holocaust in court before those who deny it are held to account. Members should be aware that this proposal has found its way into the budget. 7 years of inaction, which has seen anti-Semitism become an even more pervasive problem in this country. I hope that this is not theater. I hope that you will support, that members of this House will support this bill. And from what I've heard tonight, I think that is the case. So I will certainly trust the intentions of what is in the budget, but I hope that members will support this bill. Madam Speaker, I will end with this. Ignorance fuels intolerance, and like my colleague said, education is the safeguard of history, and we must continue to teach the truth. The passage of this bill will protect that truth. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. Thank you. À l'ordre.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is as follows: that this House do now adjourn.
The honourable member for Peace River, Westlock.
Speaker, they say the devil's in the details, and Bill C-5 is an excellent example of this. While the PS would only want to talk about criminal justice reform, the reality is that buried deep in C-5 are insidious changes that are going to deeply harm the most vulnerable. Bill C-5 will extend house arrest to a number of serious crimes, including criminal harassment, sexual assault, kidnapping, abductions of a person under 14, and trafficking in persons material benefit, Section 279.02. Extending house arrest to those offenses places victims at serious arrest from their abuser or trafficker. Now, when I asked the minister about this, he seemed unaware that this was in his own bill. And when I asked the parliamentary secretary about it, he claimed that the bill C-5 would help marginalized communities. Except for that these changes proposed in Clause 14 of Bill C-5 would only lead to more harm in marginalized communities. Mr. Speaker, victims of human trafficking deserve to have the confidence in a justice system that the justice system will put their safety first. Indigenous women are significantly overrepresented, estimating at least 50% of the victims of human trafficking in Canada. By letting their traffickers serve their sentences in the community, this government is telling victims that their lives and safety is not a priority. Victims of human trafficking experience anxiety, depression, substance abuse, suicidal tendencies, and PTSD due to their abuse by their traffickers. They also experience physical abuse, torture, injuries such as broken bones, burns, scars, broken teeth. These are all very common injuries. After conviction, pimps and sex traffickers will seek out their victims and continue to re-traumatize them through psychological and emotional abuse. The one hope victims have that gives them strength and courage to come forward and testify is that the trafficker will be locked away for a few years. Now the Liberals are destroying even this hope for survivors by allowing their trafficker to live at home in a community. If it is these victims, many of whom are Indigenous or racialized, who will be further harmed by the changes in Bill C-5. If these changes go through, their traffickers will be eligible to serve their sentences in community. This past month, a human trafficking trial has been taking place in the small town Ontario of Kaya for a young woman who was forced into prostitution. Like the vast majority of victims here in Canada, she knew her trafficker before he began trafficking her. He was her drug dealer when she was only 17. When she turned 18, she was convinced by the drug dealer that he was her boyfriend and that he could help her get her dream career. Instead, he and his friends advertised her body online for sexual services. For months, she was forced to perform sexual acts on 8 to 10 men per day in a hotel throughout southern Ontario. She was blindfolded between locations. The 5 traffickers monitored her phone and profited from her exploitation. Let's say this trial ends with the conviction of all 5 of these traffickers. Under Bill C-5, the court would sentence these traffickers to solely house arrest rather than prison. How is this mindful of the survivors of trafficking? The safety and healing of these survivors isn't even accounted for in Bill C-5. Human trafficking is a serious crime. It's happening within 10 minutes of where you live. It has long-term serious effects on its victims, and it's much closer to home than you think. In no world should convicted traffickers stand a chance of not serving jail time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to have an opportunity to speak to Bill C-5 and in particular to dispel some possible misunderstandings about the impact that these sentencing reforms will have on the human trafficking regime in the Criminal Code. Some critics of this bill suggest that the proposed reforms would allow hardened human trafficking offenders who may be linked to organized crime or who are otherwise observing of harsh sentences to serve their sentences at home. This is simply not true, Madam Speaker. Currently, all offenses that carry mandatory minimum penalties of imprisonment in the Criminal Code are ineligible for a conditional sentence. Bill C-5 would not change this. If the proposed reforms were to pass, offenses carrying MMPs will continue to be ineligible for conditional sentences. To be completely clear, the offense of human trafficking, as well as any child-related trafficking offenses, carry mandatory minimum penalties of imprisonment and thus would continue to be ineligible for conditional sentences. I want to make clear that when there is no MMP for any provision, CSOs can only be considered by the court in a specific set of circumstances, namely where 1, a sentence of less than 2 years is appropriate, 2, serving the sentence in the community would not endanger the safety of the community, and 3, such a sentence would be consistent with the fundamental purpose and principles of sentencing, including deterrence and denunciation. Our government is committed to fighting human trafficking. With former Bill C-75, which came into force in June 2019, we took measures to facilitate the prosecution of human trafficking offenses under the Criminal Code. In September 2019, we launched the National Strategy to Combat Human Trafficking that brings together federal efforts and is supported by an investment of $57.22 million over 5 years and $10.28 million ongoing. This builds on previous investments of $14.51 million over 5 years and $2.8 million per year to establish a Canadian Human Trafficking Hotline, which launched in May of 2019. In February 2021, we also launched the National Human Trafficking Public Awareness Campaign to raise awareness amongst Canadian youth and parents of the misperceptions of human trafficking and increase understanding of the warning signs. Our government has taken strong measures to combat human trafficking at its roots, Madam Speaker. Instead of fueling the ideological tough-on-crime narrative, which it has not proven to be true empirically, has not served our communities, has not made us safer, nor helped victims. So let me be very clear. human trafficking is a serious offense for which courts impose stiff denunciatory terms of imprisonment in the majority of cases, and that is what we and all Canadians expect from our court system. I have the utmost faith that after the passage of Bill C-5, sentencing courts will continue to impose fit and appropriate sentences that reflect the seriousness of each offense and the moral blameworthiness of the offender before them in all cases. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. One of the things that I would note is just around in northern Alberta, we have an ongoing revolving door of criminals that continue to get out on bail. So I put forward initiatives around human traffickers having a reverse onus bail. But this bill it would continue to allow human traffickers to get house arrest for being convicted of human trafficking. In Alberta, our Alberta Law Enforcement Response Team, ALERT, have been doing incredible work apprehending traffickers and helping victims regain their lives. And in one case last year, they arrested traffickers in Edmonton involved in the sex trafficking case that Sergeant Lance Parker described as truly sickening. Sergeant Parker went on to say, we owe her, the victim, safety and well-being, and to have these suspects in custody and prevent any other women from suffering the same. Yet changes in Bill C-5 would allow traffickers like this to serve their conviction at home. I once again ask the parliamentary secretary, does he believe that pimps and sex traffickers should be serving their sentencing at home? I know he says that judges won't allow this to happen, but the bill does allow for the sentencing of pimps and traffickers to serve their sentences at home. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Full parliamentary secretary.
Madam Speaker, Bill C-5 would provide judicial discretion to allow courts to craft proportionate sentences that consider all the relevant circumstances, including factors such as an individual's experience with systemic racism, their history of trauma, or their need for community and health supports. Should Bill C-5 be enacted, the human trafficking regime would not change. Conditional sentences would continue to be unavailable for the offense of trafficking in persons and trafficking of minors. In all cases, courts will continue to be required to impose sentences that reflect the seriousness of the offense and the moral blameworthiness of the offender. Bill C-5 is an important step toward addressing systemic racism and discrimination in the justice system while also maintaining public safety. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Courtenay-Albany.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, late last year, this Liberal government conducted polling to see if it could get away with cutting Canada Post services that Canadians rely on. This poll was a surprise to Canada Post and hardworking postal workers right across the country. The poll misled respondents by implying Canada Post receives government funding before going on to ask people about a possible restructuring and cuts to service and jobs, including closing rural post offices, moving remaining door-to-door deliveries to community mailboxes, to reducing the frequency of mail delivery and using more automation to replace Canada Post workers. Across the country, Canadians rely on Canada Post and its dedicated staff to provide an essential service every single day. Especially in rural and northern communities, Canada Post is a key conduit to bring in community supplies, connect with family living in urban areas, and a key part of the local economy. Hundreds of thousands of people, including seniors and people with disabilities, rely on door-to-door delivery. While he says he's a friend of Labour, the Prime Minister continues to undermine union rights and good-paying jobs in Canada. The government failed to restore door-to-door mail delivery in communities that lost it under Stephen Harper, despite a 2015 campaign promise to save the service. Now, in the 2017 Way Forward report on Canada Post, which was created and tabled by this government, 26 of the 45 recommendations spoke to maintaining and expanding services. Instead, this poll suggests the government is eyeing cuts to services and jobs. However, the poll shows that Canadians are strongly opposed to closing rural post offices. And indeed, the minister's mandate letter speaks to ensuring the Canada Post services better reach rural and remote areas, so closing post office shouldn't even be on the table, Madam Speaker. Canadians are also skeptical of automation. Postal workers have worked hard throughout the pandemic and helping Canadians stay home and healthy, and small businesses have pivoted to e-commerce to stay afloat. And in 2020, the Canada Post dealt with record parcel volumes, including a 52% increase in parcel revenue from small businesses alone. Now, the Canadian Union of Postal Workers has conducted its own polling, showing that Canada Post is a trusted brand and that Canadians support expanding its services. Canada Post is actually positioned to play a very important role in our country's recovery from COVID-19. However, the government's polling and the strategic policy review it announced in Budget 2022 raises a lot of questions about whether this government's plans to actually pursue an austerity agenda. So the Canadian Union of Postal Workers has championed initiatives also that would actually help build an inclusive and sustainable communities, like postal banking and community hubs. These are exciting opportunities. Think about in Nunavut, where most communities have no access to a bank branch, which contributes to continuing systemic inequities. Postal banking could help nearly 2 million Canadians access more affordable, quality banking services where none are currently available. And it could be critical and a key opportunity for reconciliation. Across the country, there's also an urgent need to build electric vehicle charging infrastructure. We just heard last night from the people at the Function for Electrical that they need more infrastructure. So there's an opportunity to build on Canada Post's established footprint and brand to provide needed services to Canadians. So why is this government considering cuts that would hurt communities and the collective rights of postal workers? And what is this government's plan for Canada Post? When will it be transparent with Canadians and postal workers? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Service and Procurement.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni for giving me the opportunity to address this important issue. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, Canada Post has been connecting Canadians for more than 250 years, and it plays a vital role in our economy today. Our government fully understands that the services that Canada Post provides for Canadians and for businesses are essential, and we have always been committed to safeguarding this iconic institution. Its network of thousands of post offices serves as a crucial link for many rural, remote, and isolated communities, especially in our northern regions. Over the past 2 years, as we grappled with lockdowns and isolation due to the global pandemic, more and more Canadians turned to Canada Post. People were home and businesses were closed for long stretches, and we saw a dramatic shift in what was being delivered. The explosion of e-commerce drove unprecedented growth in the volume of parcels being sent across the country and around the world. Small and medium-sized businesses in particular greatly benefited from the services that Canada Post provides as they ramped up their online operations, and the corporation made great efforts to aid those businesses. Madam Speaker, they helped to keep Canada running and continue to help ensure that we have a strong economic recovery. From the beginning, postal workers demonstrated an exemplary determination to serve all Canadians across the country in these unprecedented times, and for that, we can't thank them enough. We know that Canada Post must be nimble and must continue to evolve in order to meet the changing needs and expectations of Canadians. The Crown Corporation operates at arm's length from the government, but I can tell you, Madam Speaker, that it has been working hard to adapt to a rapidly changing environment. And our government is committed to putting into action a renewed vision for Canada Post, one that puts services front and center. That vision includes reinvesting in innovations and services so that Canada Post can continue to deliver mail in a timely fashion and at a reasonable price to Canadians, no matter where they live, including in rural and remote communities. Madam Speaker, as part of this renewal process, we conducted a wide-ranging review, and we're in close contact with Canadians. We will continue to review and consult wherever necessary to ensure that our vision is in lockstep with what matters most to Canadians. Canadians deeply value Canada Post and its services. They want us to safeguard this iconic and vital institution. And they want us to ensure that top-quality, affordable mail delivery services will be available across our country for many years to come. And that is precisely what we are committed to doing. Before I close, I want to take another moment to commend all postal workers for their excellent work during these challenging 2 years. I know that all members of this House can agree that we owe our postal workers a great debt of gratitude for their dedication through tough times. Our government will ensure that Canada Post remains relevant and sustainable over the long term providing vital services from coast to coast. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Courtney Alberni.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his speech. But what I didn't get, Madam Speaker, is I didn't get an answer of why the Privy Council did the polling in the first place and a commitment that they're not going to cut services. In fact, Madam Speaker, what I want to do is work with my colleague so that we can expand services from Canada Post, like postal banking, because it is a huge opportunity for rural and remote communities that don't have financial institutions. Many of them are leaving smaller communities despite record profits in the financial sector for the big banks. And communities are leaving the most vulnerable, susceptible to payday loans, to businesses that are making profit off of people cashing their paychecks, Madam Speaker. There's an opportunity here, especially for Indigenous people and in the north and Nunavut, where we know banking is a huge challenge for many of those rural communities, and a real, true opportunity for reconciliation. I hope my colleague will work with me. I hope they will commit to protecting Canada Post and its workers and its services.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I absolutely commit that we will work with the honourable member. I know the minister shares the same view. We very much appreciate working with that honourable member. He always is ready to speak with us, voice concerns, and share what he feels, and we obviously cherish that, because that is a great relationship. And we also treasure the innovative services that Canada Post is providing. There's a lot of pilot programs that have happened in this country, and Canada Post and the union are both working hard to deliver for Canadians through experimental programs that yield better services. And that exactly is what we want to provide. And my honourable colleague and I know, will work together on this issue.
The honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Great to be here tonight. My initial question I would have asked had to do with an agricultural issue, and I would like to continue on that agricultural theme. The Western Canadian Wheat Growers President recently stated, absolutely, we are unfairly targeted because we are a primary producer and have no way of dealing with the carbon tax. It is a pure cost to us, and there isn't really a way for us to become more efficient. Well, that's the problem in the sense that our agriculture producers face. Not only carbon tax, but let's say the carbon tax applied to truckers, as applied to rail, as it applies to the moorage of ships that are parked in the harbor waited to be loaded. All of those taxes are downloaded back to the primary producer, the farmer, the agriculture producer. He has no way to recover against those costs. So when recently there was a 25% increase in the carbon tax, that is a huge add-on to our agricultural producers. And when I get specific, let's say in my particular riding, where we have huge irrigation districts, this is a cost to do with irrigation, and it's millions of dollars if you take all of the irrigation districts, but particularly the 4 largest ones that are in my riding. It's a significant cost. This is money that leaves the communities, it leaves the producers. It is not returned in a rebate. It's in that percentage that isn't returned. So this is millions of dollars that are paid for to do irrigation. By the way, 4% of the land in Alberta that's arable produces 29% of the agricultural production, the GDP in Alberta. That is huge. But their increased costs is huge. We have most significantly efficient, high-producing agriculture producers in Canada. But what they don't get credit for is the 384 billion tons of carbon that they store in the soil. They use practices that keep improving and storing carbon, but they get no credit for it. Private member's bill from a member in our caucus, C234, is moving forward on exempting farm fuels from carbon tax. That would be the first step. Then we get to the issue of fertilizer. Agriculture producers work very hard on the 4 R's of right source, right rate, right time, and right place, and they're getting incredibly efficient at that. fertilizer industry contributes $23 billion annually to Canada's economy. That's 76,000 jobs. But now they're talking about the government reducing the use of fertilizer by 30%. No benchmark in here. No benchmark, but just reduce 30%. Farmers don't want to buy fertilizer, not need it, and it's very expensive and harder to get. But agriculture employs 2.1 million people and generates $139 billion of Canada's GDP. By continuing to go after those things that increase production, which we're going to need in this world, and the Canadian farmers are the most efficient, the best equipment, and the best at it, are not supported by this. This is a challenge for the agricultural producers in our country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Bow River for his question. Madam Speaker, the pressures created by supply chain disruptions and the shift from buying services to buying goods are real, and we are monitoring that situation very closely. As it relates to inflation, there are other structural costs that make life less affordable for Canadian families, and chief among them are housing and childcare. That is why our government has a robust national housing strategy and a childcare plan that is covering Canadians from coast to coast to coast. The average Albertan family will save $5,600 this year. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable member for raising the question of inflation and its impacts on small businesses. It is an important issue that is top of mind to our government. In fact, the issue was top of mind when the Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Minister presented the federal budget a few weeks ago, our plan to grow our economy and make life more affordable. Our government understands that the current inflation crisis is making it harder for both Canadians and small businesses across Canada to make ends meet. Increases in prices for a variety of goods is a global phenomenon driven by the unprecedented challenge of restarting the world's economy, as well as the instability of global markets as a result of President Putin's barbaric invasion of Ukraine, which has jolted commodity markets with a surge in prices, particularly for oil, natural gas, and wheat. Madam Speaker, even in that context, I would point out that Canada's inflation is lower than that of the United States, as well as the averages of the G20, the Eurozone, and the OECD. Our government is taking meaningful actions to make life more affordable in this country and support small businesses as they grow. For example, Budget 2022, our government is proposing to cut taxes for growing small businesses by phasing out access to the small business tax rate more gradually, with access to be fully phased out when taxable capital reaches $50 million rather than $15 million, delivering an estimated $660 million in tax saving over the 2022-2023 to 2026-2027 period that can be reinvested towards growing and creating jobs. This is concrete support for Canadian small businesses, and there's a lot that we can be proud of in our budget, Madam Speaker. Also, our government has cut taxes for the middle class while raising them to the top 1%, and we are working to address housing affordability. And we now signed agreements with all provinces and territories to implement the Canada-wide $10 a day community-based early learning and childcare system that will make life more affordable for families, create new jobs, get parents back into the workforce, and grow the middle class while giving every child a real and fair chance at success. So, Madam Speaker, as you can see, our government is already working hard to make life more affordable for Canadians and help small businesses make ends meet. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Bow River.
Thank you. Well, agricultural business is a small business, and I think I outlined why, as the producer, they can't recover those costs. But I want to shift slightly to another one. The federal and provincial government announced a $900,000 grant to do with hemp. Hemp is an incredible agricultural product. The problem is, it's not under agriculture, it's under health. We have decreased the amount of hemp grown in this country because the red tape, the restrictions when you do it under health are brutal. Other countries have figured this out. The United States is beginning to figure out it's not marijuana. We want to grow hemp. It's an incredible product. It can be used for many things. I'm encouraging the parliamentary secretary, as I have many on that side, get hemp out of health. Get it into agriculture. You're investing money in it, in this project in Alberta. You're joining up with the province. Let's get it in agriculture.
Parliamentary secretary.
Madam Speaker, I used to serve with the member across the floor at Heritage Committee, and I'm reminded of how enigmatic he can be. So let me just say that we're already hard at work to make life more affordable for Canadians and to help small businesses across the country. In fact, we propose a number of measures in Budget 2022 that will do just that. And I would like to remind my honourable colleague that our government's economic plan is working. Since the depths of the pandemic recession, the government's focus on jobs, on keeping Canadians employed, and on keeping their employers afloat has ensured Canada's economy has seen the best jobs recovery in the G7, having recovered 115% of the jobs lost, and with the unemployment rate that sits at just 5.3%, lower than the 5.4% low in 2019. That was Canada's best in 5 decades. We will continue to do whatever it takes to ensure Canada's economic recovery leaves no one behind, Madam Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.